Hello, 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 hello. I am back and we are going to get right to the sewing because, whoa, because my boss made me do it. Happy Holiday Monday. The joke there being 100% that I am my own boss, and here I am. So, if you saw my post on Instagram and you're like, aren't you your own boss? That is the joke. Me, myself, am a hard ass on myself to make sure that I'm actually working on the long weekend. All right, so we were working on these little dumpling bags that I'm gyoza bags. That's what I'm gonna call them. I think I officially have decided that. I think it's a good name for them. We're gonna do that first because they're super fast sews, and honestly, Dallas is out of the house with the kids, so I don't even have to go and like sit down for lunch properly today. And which I have been, and I don't begrudge that, but it's like it's a very different work day today, and I think if I do it properly, we're going to be able to get through all of these gyoza bags today. At least that's the hope and the dream and the goal. So I'm just going to gather everything up in one spot so that we're like ready to roll. These are all straps for other things. Straps. And actually what we're going to do is we're going to throw all of these bags onto this lid, and then I can just go for it. So these should be pretty straightforward because most of this will be able to be like, the worst part is going to be matching the handles, and that doesn't have to happen till the end. So I think we're going to be able to sew the interiors and exteriors all at once pretty much. Yeah, and then like zip the corners. We did do the experiment last night to just make sure that I got it in the shape and size that I wanted. Everything looked good. The one thing I did realize is I do need to put my tag in it. So I'm going to grab a roll of tags and we're going to do that on the interior. These are all black lining because that's the twill color I have. When I run out of the black twill, we'll do a combo, probably black twill and light. Even though I am trying to reduce the number of colors I have in the studio for like linings and stuff like that, I think that's still appropriate. Okay, just grabbing the cotton ones that are already cut here because I've got a bunch. These are going to be machine washable as well. Cool water, air dry. Actually, this one probably could go in the dryer, although the twill has not been pre-shrunk, so it might have a little bit of a conniption about that. Okay, and I'm just going to get myself onto YouTube so that I can make sure that I'm not missing any chat or anything like that. What's the notification about? Oh, that's nothing exciting. It's just someone else posting a video. It's like this person posted a video and it's like, okay, cool. Alrighty, scroll. Perfect. Now I don't even need to watch the tutorial for this today because again, we've already done that yesterday. Let's go in. I am going to count how many cotton bags there are here because then what I can do is I can just cut all of the labels right away, and then I don't have to worry about them, and then they can just get sewn into the interiors. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yep, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 2 cotton linen blends. All right, that's easy enough. Now I just gotta make sure I've got my pinking shears here, which I do. So 2 cotton linens, and what do I say, 20-ish. Oh, that was just a, okay, well, we'll pop you over there because we'll need you for the small box bags anyway. And that's the thing, if I cut more cotton right now, then not a big deal. We're gonna be going into like cotton or small box bags like instantly here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I'm going to cut 25, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Excellent. There we go. So welcome back to the live stream. Obviously, I like just jumped straight into this because, you know, why not? Hey, Delia, did you bring me a pom-pom? But my name is Katie. This is Atelier Nikuzuki. I work with Japanese fabrics that I purchase in Kyoto and Tokyo, and then I make bags and accessories from them. And today we are working on a little bag that takes these squares of fabric and turns it basically into a dumpling. It's one of those nice ones where it's like a nice dump bag for a handbag. It reminds me of a festival bag. So when I'm actually doing these because I saw a bag in this shape when I was in Kyoto last year, so last May, and I was like, oh, that's a really nice bag. That is cookie. Yum, 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 yum. I dipped my cookies in my coffee and I had cookie crumbs on me, so we will consume that. Anyway, I saw them when I was there in Kyoto in May, and I was like, oh, those are very nice, and now here we are. I saw them in May, and then I saw a tutorial for them in, like, I don't know, in the fall or something like that, which is wild. So I was like, that is the bag I want to add into the lineup. And then it didn't really happen, like, didn't really have an opening for it until now, or at least I didn't want to tackle it until I'm like, oh shit, I probably want these for Omatsuri. So here we are. Always these last minute makes, right? But you never know what's going to be a hit. So May as well, and these are actually very nice. Already put the prototype like aside, or else I would show you. Do not do the equipment. It's not good for your teeth. It's not good for the equipment. She's like, oh God, why am I up here? Okay, I know. I'll give you more attention tonight. Everyone gets more attention tonight when I'm done sewing for the day. Now I did decide. I was like, last night I was like, I'm not going to change anything about any of the measurements. But I am going to do 1/4 inch less on the two sides that need to be shorter for the actual like square, and then the opening will be like a 1/2 inch larger. I was gonna go for like a full inch larger, but I think that's too much. So we're gonna only do, yeah, we're gonna do a little bit smaller. So basically I'm going to experiment with this one and see if it's like, if that's good, and then if it's good, we're going to go in and start actual production. So the cupcakes are going to be the experiment one. Mark it with the chalk. 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 Chalk, 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 chalk. I'm going to do it on the front first, and then if it's good, we'll go in and we'll do it on the twill, because basically they're the same. Hello, Flynn. You, sir, are feeling your beans, hey? Okay, so this has quite a generous... Hey! Dude! He just, like, pounced on Dahlia, who was chilling by the door. Oh. Of course, I like literally just said, okay, well then we will sew these ones fully. Yeah, there we go, because it does have the selvage on that side. So we'll sew these ones fully. Then I'll go in and I'll mark the other side with the, fuck me, mess that up. Oh well, that's fine. Boom. I need to actually turn this to work focus so that I am not getting distracted by just like app notifications, because the kids' school is not going to notify me today because they're on vacation, and Dallas can text me. I don't need Instagram being like, someone reposted your story. As much as I appreciate that, I love knowing when people repost my story, but you know, not so much when I'm working. Okay, there we go. So we're going to just sew this side because, hi, it's right here. It's supposed to be a little bit more generous of a seam allowance than that, but whatever. As long as it matches in the bag, we're good. Okay, and then line those two up to make this side like this. Good. And actually, I could do this in such a way that I actually mark the seam allowance, because the seam allowance is 3/8. Haha! Now, this is not my original design. I found a tutorial on YouTube. It's Hanako Handicraft. And yeah. Basically, I'm adapting her tutorial for my make. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that is a better amount of opening than yesterday's. Excellent, because that's the opening there. And then once it all gets like folded back and everything like that, we're good, I think. We're good. Excellent. Okay, so we're going to do the same on the twill here. We're going to sew it right sides together, because yesterday I did it wrong sides together, and for whatever reason sometimes these are like, no, I'm not going to fold properly this way, but I will fold properly the other way. Okay, so these are all supposed to be square pieces. I swear I went in and squared everything up, but oh, okay, there we go. I don't get it. It's like, no, you didn't actually square us up, and I totally did. It's like, no, liar. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Okay, and then... Hi, Flynn. Yeah, what's up? So I will be, if there's a certain amount of franticness in my body language right now, it's because I am 4 days to setting up for Omatsuri. And we are 11 days to setting up for Knit City, Calgary. So Knit City, Canada this year is instead of in Vancouver for Western Canada, is in Calgary, Alberta. I am sponsoring because, hi, it's right in my backyard. Yeah, it's going to be good. It is going to be an excellent show, I'm sure. I'm always super excited about Knit City. And I'm always panicking. I say that it's like granted, having it like a month and a half earlier than normal has definitely thrown me for a loop, but it's not like I wouldn't be acting like this even if it was in September. So there's that as well. Okay, for some reason that needle was super upset. I did not clean out underneath the feed dog plates last night, so we will do that today. Later, when I change the needle next time, because we're probably going to need to change the needle at some point today, I will also clean under the feed dog plates. Oh, just that like awesome build up and then denied. Yeah, that sucks. Well, you're going to be able to see the first one of the day today. I haven't done anything else yet. I'm sorry I was not able to provide satisfaction. Damn internet, but you know, it is like the battery's running out on a vibrator or something. Well, we're almost done this one. So I did adjust the opening by, sorry, I'm still cackling to myself. I adjusted the opening by 1/4 of an inch on either side, and I do think having it a little bit wider open is better. It wasn't too bad on the Scotty bag last night, but it was worth the, it was it. Yes! P-back is good. Okay, so now we gotta roll these seams open because that's just what she wants you to do in the tutorial. I think what it does is it helps it lay flatter in the bag, probably. I am supposed to do it with an iron, but I do not feel like turning on the iron, at least for one bag. We might for the remainder. Oh, right. I want to do this side so that I can fold it under properly. Zoom, 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 zoom. So the kids and Dallas are up at my in-laws right now because it's actually my mother-in-law's birthday, which I forgot about. But it's good. It's good for them to go up by themselves because a lot of the time he's not home to do these things and I go up by myself. So it all works out, and it's kind of nice because it means that the house is completely quiet, and like I love going up and having like lunch with them while they're home and stuff like that. But today I don't even have to do like, I am fully on my schedule today, which is awesome. Especially since tonight I will be logging off at dinner and spending the rest of the evening with Dallas since he goes back to work tomorrow. So yeah, no, just a casual finish to the week. He's like, good Lord, I'm heading back to work tomorrow. And I'm like, yep, I noticed, or I know. I know, it's like, it is insane. Just like, even though the kids have been at summer camp, like not having to transition between being as much mom or parent, because Dallas has been home. So he's been like primary parent. It's like amazing not having to do that transition, how much extra energy there is to devote to this. So I am internally grateful for what he does for us for work. My goodness, is it like so nice to just not have to worry about kiddos. And like, yeah, the small taste of freedom of what, like, I know that he works really hard and everything like that, but like he doesn't have to do the work when the kids are around usually. Once in a while, but not very often. And just like that compared to how my work has to fit around the children as well. If they're sick or like have appointments or anything like that. Yeah. Okay. Just open these up. And then we're going to go all the way across here. Why does a seam roller work? Why does it work better than like finger pressing? I don't get it. Is it just like it distributes the force better or something like that? Like, I don't understand. It's not working as well on this, but it's a cotton linen blend, so that makes sense. The linen's probably crisper than the cottons are. There. Okay, good enough. So now mouths have to line up. There we go. There we go. Oh man, I can't even imagine. More power to you. Solo parenting when Dallas is gone is hard enough, and then there's no, like, we don't really have the, I don't know how single parents do it without completely losing their minds. Like, to be, yeah. I forgot the tag, so let's just open up the seam right here. Just a little bit. We'll shove the tag in, and then I'll sew it back up, and then we'll sew these together. Get in there. Okay. Oh. Oh yeah, because that'll be above the wedge. Just above the wedge, but above the wedge. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. That would make sense. I'm just like, what kind of witchcraft is this? It works. I'll take it. But it's like, how does it work? I don't get it. Yeah, whereas our fingers aren't able to really get it. Right? Okay, so mouth is running that way. So mouth. No, I had that right? Mouth. Good. Okay. Now we're not going to, I did like the wedge. I'm not worried about the wedge size this time, so we're going to do that one again. This one is like, I am going to fight you. Fight-o. Oh, because I didn't do enough seam allowance technique. Dahlia! Do not chew the metal. Ah! What do you mean don't chew the metal? Okay, no, we do need to do a thicker seam allowance there. Okay. Because it's like unbalanced. At least that's easy enough to fix. Zoom. You, ma'am, are like as bad as the kids right now. No, I just wanted to pick one seam, not the bottom seam. Damn it. Okay. Okay. And a little bit too much of a rush, and that always bites you in the ass. There. So I'll pick this one open first, and then I'll sew the second seam, and then we'll finish that seam again. Alright, so if you have anyone in Canada or the US, I know you're here watching me right now, but are you doing anything, or have you done anything fun for the long weekend? I've been, since my boss is a bit of a hard ass, I've been working all weekend. Am I my own boss? Yes. Am I a bit of a hard ass? Yes. But it's show prep season, so it's like no options. And with Dallas home and him able to take the children, especially since they don't have school today, it is like extremely useful. Okay, there we go. Now this should all go better. It just was not laying quite right, so I hope this helped it lay correctly. Mouth is going this way. Mouth is going this way. Mouth is going that way. Oh, well, I hope the move went smooth. It feels like it's either one, like August long feels like one of those weekends where it's either, yeah, it's like a lot of people move, it feels like. Or it's like just, wow, I know a lot of people are probably getting ready for school down in the States, I guess, too. Which I guess for a lot of Canadian people, it's like we're right on that edge, right? It's just a stat to make sure that we have one per month, I think. It's not like a federally or like, so not countrywide, but it is provincially recognized. So like provincial workers get it off, and a lot of other people like, so like daycares and stuff like that get it off and things. In Alberta, it's called Heritage Day, and every province kind of celebrates something or calls it a different holiday. But it's like in BC, it's BC Day. Alberta, it's Heritage Day. Blah 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 blah. Okay, that's better. Sweet. Moving, oh my goodness. And then September we have Labor Day, and we also have Truth and Reconciliation Day, which is a again another federal acknowledged. It's a new one. And the idea of, so Labor Day is Labor Day, celebrates like labor stuff that's been accomplished, and just another day off. It is like a stat. That is one of the few that's like fully everyone is recognizes it. Truth and Reconciliation Day is a federal one, and it's so that you're to take time off and educate yourself about the Indigenous land that we live on. At least that's my understanding of it. And like, yeah. Acknowledge and like, and acknowledge that we are on Indigenous land. And then there's Thanksgiving, which is the harvest holiday in October. Remembrance Day in November, which is also known as Armistice Day. That's November 11th. And then it's Christmas and New Year's. And then in February, we have Family Day, and I know a lot of other provinces have some sort of holiday right around like Valentine's Day. And then wherever Easter falls, we get both. Well, we get Easter Friday here for a stat, and then Easter Monday is a federal stat. But some provinces, like it's not provincially recognized necessarily. And then what else is there? June has Canada Day, kind of. Oh, May has Victoria Day. May long, Canada Day. Yeah, so they're kind of like spread out so that there's like the ones where they kind of choose a, yeah. I will say that I feel like Truth and Reconciliation Day was very much shoehorned in. They're like, here it goes, right here. I'm like, well, yeah. I agree with the principles of it. Don't necessarily agree with how it ended up being like shoved in. I don't know why it didn't end up being on like National Indigenous Day, which is June 21st. I'm like, that would have made like a lot more sense, but maybe, or like around then, so like June 20th or like June 22nd, and then you have like National Indigenous Day, and Truth and Reconciliation Day, like all around. No, we don't have the King's birthday. That's what, yeah, the closest we have is Victoria Day. That's why we still call it Victoria Day. Do you guys do the King's birthday in Australia? Although it's really fucking weird to think that we have a king now instead of a queen. That just tripped me up. I'm like, wait, isn't it a queen? No, it hasn't been for a couple years. I still remember seeing that news when it was first starting, and it was like, oh, it got like a couple days, and though it was like 6 hours later, and it's like, oh, she's gone. All right. The kids' first set of passports are still Her Majesty, so it's like, all right, I think I've mentioned this before, we're going to save them anyway, but it's like, all right, definitely saving those now, because the next set will be His Majesty, and it will be for probably the majority of their lifetime too, so which is wild to think about, since it was like, well, I guess she won't maybe be the majority of my lifetime, but like she'll definitely be a larger chunk, and she obviously will be for the kids, so will have been for the kids. I haven't seen any new coins with King, like with Charles's image or anything yet, although I don't really use that much cash, so. Okay, which ones? We're supposed to cut off the mouth ones. About halfway up. We're just eyeballing that one. I don't really care otherwise. Do 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 do. And the twill can go down in the bin. Do 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 do. Oh, okay. Dallas needs the hoodies for him and the kids because it's actually kind of chilly outside. We'll be back in like 2 minutes. Yeah, I'll probably end up seeing more king coins after Knit City, to be honest. So it makes sense that they're not going to like take them all and melt them down and re-smelt coins right now, right? Like that's just a waste of effort. So but I did find out that apparently if our plastic money gets too wrinkled, the banks won't accept it. Or no, the banks will accept it, but then they have to send it back to the mint. Dahlia! Jesus, cat. Good Lord, she's been like after this bodkin all flipping morning. Do not understand. Grump, grump. Fucking cats. Ugh. Okay, actually I'll hang it over here maybe. No, I don't have any like of my hangy things up there yet. Okay, I'm gonna lay it down in front of the glue so when no, because then I'm going to lose it. Okay, there we go. She's like, oh my god, what did I do? Like exactly what I thought you were going to do. Anyway, I found that if the money is too if you folded that up and put it in a small wallet, which is what I do, I found out that apparently it ends up being no good. They return it to the mint. It's like that. I don't know. Are you like pulling my? I can't tell if she was pulling my leg or not. I guess she's a bank employee. I don't know why she would do that. But it's like, this is like the absolute first I've heard of it, even from her. I'm like, it's a teller that I see at this bank regularly. So I'm like, My cynicism is like, weird. Unless it's just a new thing that they've brought in recently. But I've never heard of it before. We've had the plastic money for quite a while. So, like, how long? We switched over to that stuff. Couple decades. Well, no. Oh, right. It would have been within the last 10 years, I guess. Because I'm like, we didn't have the plastic money before I went to Japan. Because Singapore was the first place that I actually encountered the plastic money, because they had little plastic windows in their $2 bills. That's right. Okay, we're going to check the opening on this. Yeah, I know it could be new, but it's so weird. It's like you bring this plastic money so that it's like lasts longer than the paper and linen money, and then you do that. Seems like a waste. It's cute and good, and I do like that that opening a little bit better, and it still doesn't run into the cutoff there. All right, coolly. Oh yeah, and once you actually get this, like, where's my clip bin? Why is it over there? Can't reach it from here, though, from over there. It's like way over in the boonies on the other desk. It has to be new, right? But like, it's a weird rule. I don't like it. Like, and I'm not going to stop folding my money up small because I only carry small wallets right now. Well, I carry big wallets too, but like when I'm actually using cash, it's going to be the small wallet at the shows. So it's just kind of like, well, I guess you're going to have to deal with it. Okay, so that is an extra a 1/4 inch off of the center here so that we can, yeah, sweet. Okay. Handles are going to go in this, but right now I'm just going to clip the fabric for where we're going to stitch it. I am totally going to break my personal rules today, and we're going to top stitch everything in black unless it's like going to look really bad. But like in this case, black will just look, it'll just be a contrast line. No big deal. Apparently, they got a bunch of rotary irons that are going to be running, and the money's just, they're literally laundering the money. That's the thing, like, what are they doing with it? And like, why can't a bent bill be circulated through the bank still. I guess maybe they get caught in the ATMs or something like that. Maybe that's it. Because like we've gone to mostly envelope-free deposits, and honestly, when I'm coming back from Dawson, they're like, the machine's like, you can insert up to 48 items, and I think I put in like 30 bills or something like that, and it like had an absolute fit, and like ate like the whole deposit because it couldn't spit out these 2 bills back to me. And yeah, that was fun. So I wonder if that's maybe why they have this new rule, is because it can't be too wrinkled to go in the ATMs or something, or come out of the ATMs. But like, then that's dumb. Just bring back the envelopes then or something. Unless the envelopes are also like, they cut out envelopes to like cut down on fraud. I could see that. I don't know. I don't know what's up. It's like our tech has gotten so smart that it's gone back to dumb again or something. All right. Oh yeah, that's a better sized opening. Hand, good. Phone. That's gonna be easier, especially once the clips are all out of the way. Let's actually do the top stitching on this one so that it's just done and dusted and can go into that other bin. Because why not? We're right here, and then we'll go in and we'll do the next round of stuff. Because here we are. Okay. I'm gonna scoot it down 1/2 inch on this side. We'll need 1 pin. No, you can, so you basically, you put it in as one big wad. And that's why it was like, when it was like, you can put in up to 48 items, I believed it. And then it was like, apparently the teller was saying that this is like the 3rd deposit that it had eaten that day. And then they were like, so you can only put we only suggest about half of what's recommended. And I'm like, then why does it say that you can put 48 items in? Or 50 or whatever. I don't remember the number. I was like around the halfway point of what it was, the suggested amount. And they're like, yeah, you got to go half of that amount. Or only up to like 25 or something like that. And it's just like, what the fuck? Why is it marked as being like good for up to 50 then? So yeah, and then there's that. I didn't even think of that factor because it's not something that's like super prevalent here, but true story. Anyway, and it still can't do coins. It's like, why can't you do coins? Why can't an ATM have a coin sorter? Cat problems. Again, I don't use. Here's the thing. Everyone's like, I don't want to pay, or I could pay with debit, or I could pay with card, and I'm like, I really don't care. If you pay with card, though, it's awesome because then I don't have to go to the bank. And like, yeah, I just wanted to deal with it. Maybe, I don't know. It was such a weird experience. Like I said, the tech has gone so smart it can be dumb. Some days. Okay, I totally put these pins in the wrong direction because we're actually going to be sewing it. No, that's the right direction. Why did I think it's the wrong direction? Because we're going to be sewing it, yeah, from the corner up. Okay. This feels, mostly because I was thinking that I'm going to be sewing it from the inside. I am going to be sewing it from the inside because that was easier last night, right? Yeah. Okay, we'll pop the pin back in on the inside here. It feels really weird to like, to have this black lining. It's really cute. It's nice. It's like really nice, but it's also really weird because I'm used to working with such light linings. Okay, shove the corners in so that they get stitched. Okay, so we're going to start right there then, because that is going to be a problem corner otherwise. And I'll forget to get it stitched on the way back. We are going to turn this up to a top, in between a top stitch and a construction length for the seam allowance, just so it's like, That's basically what it is. It's both construction and top stitch. Right down into that corner, and then we're going to pivot. We'll come back up this way. Gyoza bags. Gyoza bags. It's way better than calling it a square to hexagon bag. I could call it a hexagon bag, but honestly, when you like pick them up, they look like little dumplings. So I think gyoza is a better, more fun. Well, as long as it doesn't confuse people. If I get a lot of confused, like, why is this called a gyoza bag? I will change the name. I think it's fun without being completely like so out there that it doesn't make sense. I think. Okay. That feels like it needs a little bit of convincing. Okay. Started to wander out. There we go. It would make sense though that the rollers get dirty, because it's like money is not exactly the cleanest thing. All that jazz. It's just like gummed up sort of thing. Yeah. Could see that. And a very slight wrinkle in the like money and stuff like that, and then it's like, and then everything just goes to chaos. Chaos! That's what it felt like, because Dallas was like, well, we should go deposit this cash, because then it's like in the bank account. And I'm like, okay, I usually just do it in person at home. This is Monday. Pull into Drayton Valley, which is like closing in 5 to 10 minutes. So I'm like, okay, well, we'll just do an ATM deposit, because then I don't really want to deal with people right now. And I've had some weird interactions when I've gone in to do like banking, because we're on a joint account. But when I've gone to get like a float, and Dallas has been with me, he's also asked Dallas for his like ID, and I'm like, okay, but it's like I'm on the account. It felt very misogynistic because it was a guy teller, but I was like, afterwards someone pointed out that it might be like just making sure that he wasn't trying to coerce me to take money out, but I'm like, that didn't feel like that. Felt like a situation of like, oh, you need permission to take money out of this account even though you're on the account. It wasn't even like a much. I don't do a big float. Like usually 150 to 175 bucks, depending on if I need coin or not. So they're like, nope. Anyway. So that's why I was like, yeah, I'll just do it through the ATM. And then the ATM ate my deposit, because of course, why wouldn't it? 10 minutes before closing. Actually, yeah, Dallas got inside about 5 minutes before closing. Whee! There's the dumpling bag. I like that tiny bit wider opening is better. So that's awesome. Nice and done. This is why we call it a hexagon bag as well. Stop sign bag. And that actually is going to like, it's going to pack up really well to ship. Nice. And it will be machine washable. Air dry. Whee! Okay. Flatten it back out. It'll also be really easy to pack. It's like a pizza pie. Over there with you. I was like, wait, I usually turn my mic off for peas. Oh well. Okay. Trim it down. So apparently I didn't trim it down in there. And now we will not do these individually. I just wanted to confirm that opening size, although this is a larger bag. Shit. Whatever. I'll have a larger opening. The little rectangles. Which little rectangles? Oh, I don't know, she gets you to tack down the little rectangles on the inside when you wedge it. I think probably because it's like a raw edge inside the bag. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't think I actually need them. I'm just following the pattern because I'm like, I am a rebel, but apparently if she was very specific that you do these little rectangles inside the bag, there must be a reason for it. All right. So I think what we can do is I'll be able to do all of the short seams. Or actually, that'll be able to do all the long seams together at the same time. Maybe. We'll see. We'll just work this bag by bag. Yeah, I think that's it. It's like holding so that there's no like, I don't know. I don't know why it's there. It does add a little bit of sturdiness right there, so that might be part of it too, is it's just kind of reinforcing the opening. Let's go with that. All right. How much larger are you in reality? I don't think you're that much larger, actually. Now that I look at you, no, you're about the same size. Okay, sweet. Because this was a cut that we did that was the same, or was like, actually, no, I think we square cut this one off. It's one of the other ones that's larger. Although it's like, it is fighting. Because this side has to come in more. There we go. Doom, 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 doom. Okay, good enough, good enough. So we're gonna go with the second of those measurements. And I'm going to actually mark it so that I've got the full seam allowance here, so I don't have to worry about the seam allowance either. Yay! And this side is also not settled quite. Okay, let's actually see, because apparently this one is not completely square, so I'm going to triangulate it. Oh, that's because it isn't completely square right there. Okay, well, trim, trim, trim. This one's going to look fucking amazing as one of these little gyoza bags. Actually, I think gyoza is okay, because that's the Japanese word for a dumpling. Like, I could just call them dumpling bags, but like, what I've seen referred to as dumpling bags is not this. But they look like gyoza. I don't want to call them stop sign bags, because that's just like, no, that's, you only see it when you actually lay it flat. I think gyoza. Okay, there, that should be, that's an insanely small amount to have to trim off, but maybe that's it. Doom. Doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Yes, there we go. Okay, so those are perfectly aligned. Good there. Much better. Okay, there we go. Now it's happier. Okay, where'd that ruler go? There's the ruler. I don't actually need these until we go in to do the tops. So I'm going to move them out of the way. Okay. Ow. Banged myself on the machine because of course, why not? Okay. So we could go through and we could mark everything. Actually, we'll mark these individually and then we'll sew them individually, like per bag, and then we'll just chain piece everything together. That's what we'll do. And then that gets this piece out of the way. And next time, now that I know where we're marking these at, I'll go in and we'll do, we'll just do all the markings when we're in the cutting studio. Because it could be like little snips or even or something like that, so. So Andrea, over the weekend, we got the traveler slings cut that I was working on from the Obi. So they're all done and dusted and ready to go. Well, almost. We got to turn them and do the finishing seams and the straps. I say that they're done. They're not done. Never mind. But they are like, their construction is nearly complete. They've been assembled. There we go. And then, where were we at? Then the mini traveler slings are down there as well, but they'll be something that we work on throughout this week. And then the small box bags all got top stitched. Every single one of them is top stitched, as is their handle. So now we'll go in and we'll do all their work probably after Omatsuri. I did want some for Omatsuri, but I think this and the mini traveler slings are going to be a better fit for that show, hopefully. We'll see. I love how I'm launching like 3 new products at Omatsuri at a show that's like, yeah. Oh well, gotta do it when you do it, right? So, okay. Lint. I'm gonna just make sure that these are aligned as well, and we don't need to square them up a little bit better. I think looks like we're probably close enough. Close enough. Okay. I'm gonna do that. We're gonna mark the edges, and then we're gonna do straight stitch. Actually, let's do these ones as the thing. And then we'll do the tags in the long. Oh right, I was gonna do the long sides, the total sides. Okay, right, so total sides first. Realistically, if I need to go back and remark it, that's fine too, so not a big deal. Throw the cotton linen tag up in here somewhere. Let's do it right there. Go, turn, and sew down this long side as well. Okay, and then no, we'll do those later. I just felt like I needed a break from them because they were fine, but there was like, it was just a learning curve. So they gave me a bit of a fight. So, learning curve fights, that's all. Okay. Although they do look, actually no, they do not look phallic, but the leather snap fastener definitely looks phallic. But they look really good because it's all the obi, and they came together so nicely. Once I actually figured out how the hell to sew them, they turned out spectacular. So I'm gonna be excited. I hope that they're popular as well, because that would be like icing on the cake, to be honest. Because the mini traveler things, for what I had available, were popular, and I'm going whole hog on them for next week as well. So they better be popular. I hope so. Okay, so those two are done. That's how we're gonna chunk them out. We're gonna sew together the interior and exteriors. And then we'll go in and do all the wedging, and then we'll do all the tops. I think that's the best way to split these up for just like keeping the steps kind of together. I was thinking that I'd be able to like kind of do a little bit more. Well, I guess now, because we're into the cotton ones, we could just sew all the exteriors and all the interiors and then smash them together afterwards. But these, oh no, never mind. The interiors were cut specifically for these fabrics, weren't they? So never mind. We'll just do them one at a time. Yeah, no, there was definitely a fight with them. Just mentally. I was expecting to get way more done yesterday, but I also started later, and then it was just like, they were like, you think we're going to be easy? Hell no. So, it was an experience. It got better. And actually, all the welt pockets, because the Obi behaved itself extremely well, turned out like absolutely fantastic too. So that was nice. Okay, so there's that one ready to sew. Just actually fold this underneath, and then we'll do this one to mark. Zoom. No. Right sides together. Right sides together. Wrong sides up. Wrong sides up. Turn. Fold. Pull. Yay. Oh my goodness, this is not. Okay. There we go. Okay. So mark these when they're in the cutting studio with the chalk. Then we can just bring them out and sew them, because they are pretty quick little bags. Outside of like, this is the finagling part. This is the slow down and all of that. I know there's no events today. I want you over to the Osaka, please. No, come here. There. Thank you. Okay. Ooh, did I talk? Oh yeah, you've been around since I figured out that Kyoto was like stupid easy to get into, so never mind. But we did decide that Dallas is going to also apply for that other one, Tokyo, because Osaka is to a lottery now too, but Tokyo is also a 6-star, and he does actually want to go for a 6-star, like the majors races. So we're going to apply for Tokyo next year. Because I was looking at it and I'm like, wait, we're going to be in Tokyo over the marathon anyway, so you may as well apply for the marathon. And if you get in, you get in. If you don't get in, well, what's the loss, really? Hopefully he gets one or the other. Like, hopefully he gets Osaka or he gets Tokyo. But Tokyo would be really cool for him to be, that would be his first 6-star. So yeah, we had that brainwave the other day. It's like, wait, why wait? We may as well throw your name in, because it's not like you pay for it until you actually get accepted. So, and Tokyo is going to start becoming probably one of those ones where it just gets busier and busier and busier and busier and busier, much like all the other world majors. So, and it's like, so we looked at one of the valid options that they have is like you book a tour, which basically guarantees your bib. And actually, it's a really good option for us when he wants to do London and Berlin, because then we're kind of guaranteed, and then you can just plan to go. But not for Tokyo. It's like, because the cost for the hotel is like single occupancy for 5 nights, and honestly, it's not a bad price if you don't know Japan. Because it'll give you all your transportation, it picks you up at the airport, transports you around, gives you a hotel, feeds you. So if you are not familiar with Japan, it is an amazing option. But it's also like $5,500 for 5 nights. Yes, that includes your bib and everything like that, but I'm like choking at that price mostly because of the majority of it is the hotel price, and I'm like, you don't have to pay $1,000 per night for a hotel in Tokyo. So I think it's a good option for us when we go to London and Berlin for his stuff, just to guarantee him the spot. But for Tokyo, it's like, no, just apply. You'll get in off lottery, and that's how we're going to do this one, because holy shit. That's like over half the cost for the 4 of us, including our flights. And like for flights and accommodation for 3 weeks. It's like, nope. Nope. I think my brother-in-law wants to run it though, and I did tell Del. Oh, Jesus, cat. Okay, I love you too, but you felt like a spider on my leg. Get out of here. It was like, there's something on my leg, but it was the cat with her little whiskers. Anyway, we were talking about how I'll go around Tokyo because it's like, we recognize a lot of the sites that you run past and everything like that, or like that the marathon runs past. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I can definitely do that. Here's the plan for like where I would kind of see you, because then I can get some cool photos. Like, It's a lot of fabric, right? Like, it's a lot of fabric. When I'm coming home with, like, I think my big trip, when I came home from Carolina, it was $3,500 worth of fabric. So, like, yeah. So there's that factor, too. Basically, yeah, more than a fabric, like a full fabric trip would be, a non-solo fabric trip. So I think $5,500 would be the full week, airfare and fabric for me. Anyway, it was sticker shock. Holy shit! No wonder people think that like Japan is expensive. Because that is expensive. Anyway, we were talking about the photo opportunities and stuff like that, because when you run through Tokyo, you run through like Akihabara, which is the big electric town, and from what I can tell of the map, you run like right down the actual like street, which is super cool. You run underneath Tokyo Tower, run past the big gate, all that stuff. So it's really cool. So I was chatting with him about like how I would get around to see what I could actually like photograph him at and things like that. Because, you know, getting some photos down Akihabara would be really cool. And then I said, because I think my brother-in-law wants to go do it eventually as well. I was like, okay, if he does ever get in, we'll make sure that we actually go, because it's like, unless you know this city, you're not going to have someone who can go around and do that. So we'd go and do like support crew for him, and or if his girlfriend ever gets in as well. So, because I was like, that would be fun. We would not travel with them. I don't want to travel with my brother-in-law again. But we would like go and like cheer him on at the marathon and stuff like that. And to like, yeah, because it'd just be fun to go around and get those photos and stuff like that too. Because how often can you, if you go into these places and you don't have someone who can do that, it's kind of like, oh, missed opportunities. There we go. All right, this needs to be squared up. It is not square. Maybe it's square this way and it's not square the other way. I don't know what's going on here. Let's see. It's square. So why is it like, no? Okay, I'm gonna fold it here. Just a nice finger press. There we go. Okay, and then we'll fold it in. Fold it in. That's obviously, there we go. Yeah, I kind of choked over $5,500. I'm like, and that doesn't include your airfare. Like, holy crap. Hi, Jennifer. And if that is, actually, I just realized that might even be US. Holy shit, if that's US, that is like, never mind, that is like basically the cost that we'll have for 3 weeks when we're in Japan. Holy shit, for 1 week. Now, if I had that kind of money, amazing. That's not how I'd be spending it. I would be spending that on like business class flights or something instead. Although, okay, so there's always that like debate, like, okay, would you spend it on business class flights or would you spend it on like a bougie hotel? There's the question of the day. And it's a tough one, because it's like, if you had a business class flight, you could probably actually sleep and then you would arrive nice and refreshed. But you're going to be spending a lot more time overall in your hotel, sleeping at least. We don't end up actually spending that much time in a hotel. So it's like, which do you do? Do you do the bougie flights or do you do the bougie hotel? I guess overall, depending on how many people are traveling as well, that's another factor. So if it's like 2 people for business class, I would be paying for business class if that was like the 2 decisions. For family, like us as a family, the bougie hotel. Tahiti would be amazing. There's so many places to go. So many places to go. So many things to do. But that's the other factor. It's like, well, I could save my money and like do multiple trips then. Yay! That's the best option. I'm just always hoping that I get that, like, you got a complimentary upgrade to business class. That's what I want. We're overbooked, so we are going to put you in business class. Thank you. It's not happening. That's like, that is, yeah, that's nothing that'll happen. At least not for a while. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, 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 doom. Ding. All right, we're ready to go. Hi. Mwah. Oh, sweetie. I love you too. Do not scratch my chair. She's like, I love you so much, I will scratch your chair. Ba, 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 ba. That's the crazy part though, is like half the people that are in business class are just like in like super casual. But I guess, yes, it is definitely like impressions as well that's going to... Apparently I need to look like a harassed business person. I am a harassed business person. So you mean I shouldn't wear my like Disney Aristocats leggings into the airport and be comfortable? I should be like dressed in like suit and heels or something like that? Can you imagine? Ugh. I'm about to get on a 10-hour flight. I'm not gonna dress in a freaking suit and heels. Although I guess maybe a skirt might actually be more comfortable than a pair of jeans in some ways, because you wouldn't have that like waist or like buckle line right on your waist. Things to consider. I think next time I might go even lower and wear my sweatpants on the plane. I do have to admit that though, that like our credit card originally came with, or mine originally came with a like lounge vouchers, which was like, oh, let's use the lounge vouchers. It's so disappointing. I know it was not the business class lounge, and from what I've seen of the business class lounges, they're pretty amazing, especially for the food they provide. But the everyday lounges are not it. Come apart. Delia. My goodness, I thought I was gonna have a nice chill day because the kids are gone, and now the cat's like, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. What are you up to? Yes, I know. You are having a day, hey? How are you? Are you okay? Because I knocked your stuff over? Just don't try to steal my peas today, please. You have to laugh because it's like every once in a while I'm like, do I have enough like points of any nature to get myself on a business class flight to Japan? And it's always like, nope, you're poor even in terms of points. Like, man, took me years to save those. I think yeah. Although I think next year it's going to be good because I'll be able to use them for... I do have enough to get all 4 of us to Japan, and we just pay the taxes on it. And the fuel surcharge. Damn fuel surcharge. But yeah, it's not too bad. It's like I think it'll be like 20,000 air miles or something. No, actually, when I was looking, it was about 8,000 air miles to get us all to Japan, all 4 of us. So about 2,000 air miles per flight. I have paid more than that paid more in points than that. But like the premium economy and business class like that, it's like you must have 60,000 air miles to get a business class. I think premium economy most of the time is like 14,000, but it's like I have 20,000. It's like, nope. All right then. Because I was like, well, maybe if I'm like going on my solo trip, I can I'll like upgrade myself because it'll be nice. No, not worth it. And I keep hearing such mixed reviews about the WestJet flight to Tokyo, and now I'm like, ooh, I don't know about this anymore. It's awesome that it's direct, but I'm not hearing good things about it from some people. It's like, I guess we'll see. Because that's probably what we'll end up flying in 26 is the direct. Because like, you can't go wrong when the direct flight is like the same amount of time from Calgary as it is to fly Vancouver to Tokyo. Really can't beat that. Plus then I don't have to deal with customs in Vancouver. Although I have not had any issues with customs in Vancouver recently. Or ever, really. They've always been really good. But I find that Calgary's customs people are just a little bit more laid back in terms of like the fabric. Oh, like what it, so one of the things that, now this was premium economy, I doubt we'll be flying in premium, mostly again because of cost. Although it is the best way to use the companion voucher. But if we're using air miles, we're definitely not flying premium economy because I don't have that much. What was it? So the seats apparently are actually super uncomfortable. Now it's a Dreamliner, so I don't see how, because I flew the Dreamliner in November 22. It's definitely more comfortable than the 777. What was it? It was that, and I do agree with this, that the WestJet like service has gone downhill recently. And it makes sense because they were bought out by an American company in 2019. And like it's just starting to trickle into the public consciousness that their service is not as good as it was. Now, I have no clue because we flew WestJet to Florida the last 2 trips. So in October of 2022 and this past January, and like there was no issues there. I wouldn't say. It's like flying any domestic flight in Canada. You don't end up getting any perks, really. Because they've taken, like, you get snacks and drinks, and barely that. So I don't know. And, like, I guess I will, like, WestJet's, everyone bitches about Air Canada, at least in Western Canada, because WestJet used to be better. Air Canada internationally is still one of the best airlines I fly on, or that I've flown on outside of JAL. Have I flown anyone else internationally? No, but you know, like, I don't know. I think where Air Canada lies, like their strengths lie, is in their international flights. And I think a lot of airlines, that's where they're like, especially from Canada. Well, I guess the only ones that really do fly from Canada is Air Canada, so. Anyway, WestJet does have some big shoes to fill. There we go. That's what we're going to go with. The benefit for us is it's like Air Canada is very much an Eastern Canada airline. They definitely do a lot more service that way. Because like they have cut a lot of service to Calgary. Because they originally did have, I think I've talked about this, that they had the direct flight from Calgary to Tokyo. It was basically like a flight from Toronto and then they laid over in Calgary. So it must be that like they're getting enough traffic from Toronto, but I'm like, why did you cut this service? Like I got it during the pandemic. Yeah, don't run a direct flight from Calgary to Tokyo. That makes zero sense when no one can go into the country. But I'm like, why would you cut it permanently? Because it was always busy. And then WestJet stepped up. So it's going to be interesting. I'll report back because I'll probably end up doing... I probably ended up on the direct WestJet flight in February, and then I'll end up on an Air Canada flight in November. Maybe. It'll depend on what the points scheme kind of works out to. Because I do prefer the Dreamliner, and that's what what WestJet flies all the time to Japan. Although if I were to want to be bougie in economy, I would book a JAL, so Japan Airlines, or an ANA flight. Those would be the next pick. Dallas is like, we should fly into Haneda, because he keeps, rather than Narita, because he keeps hearing really good things about Haneda from one of the podcast people there. And I'm like, okay, let's look at the price of going to Haneda, and it's like $5,300 a ticket, when I could get the like Air Canada tickets for $1,000 to Narita. And I'm like, nope, not happening. I also have heard that Haneda is a nicer airport, but Narita like is king for food options, so that's something as well. Anyway, we'll find out about the WestJet flights when I actually go do it. Because here's the thing, it's like, what are you are you comparing it to like Air Canada? Are you just complaining for clicks? Like, yeah. Now the premium economy, I could see maybe it's pricey, and it might not be like as much of an up. Oh shit! I'm out of black bobbin thread, and I did not wind to the next bobbin. Okay, we're gonna throw a white bobbin in. I'm just like chatting along, not paying attention at all. I forgot that I need to wind the bobbin. Yeah, it's like they could just be complaining for like clicks. Who knows? Now the other question is, did I throw? Yes, I did throw a tag in there at least. So I'll report back. I'll let you know what our experience is in like a year and a half. If that service is still running in a year and a half, yeah. Who knows? But WestJet's partnered with JAL as well, so that's part of it too, is it's like, those are very nice flights. But then you do have to go through, like you have to have a layover in Vancouver because they don't fly direct to Calgary. So that is still where the WestJet flight like wins, is the fact that it's got the direct flight. Is this the one that's marked? It looks like it, but I think the mark has already faded. Ugh, okay. Nope, wrong direction for the thing. I will say that I do know that the food on the Air Canada flight, they've got like a soba salad that is always fucking amazing. It's like one of those meals you don't think you would ever think of again, but I daydream about constantly. It's like got a bit of wasabi or something on it, and it's so good. Such a weird sentence to say. I am daydreaming about a like airplane meal. Because yeah, the pay for food on WestJet was left a lot to be desired. We should have grabbed something to go on the plane. We did not, like dum-dums. But honestly, it also turned out to be about the same price. It just was not very good. So we'll remember that next time for Florida, is like, because we will be the biggest benefit to our current like reward scheme is that we get the companion voucher for the kids, which does reduce their cost of the flight down south significantly by a couple $100 at least every time. So like that's quite a bit of savings. And it does reduce the international flight as well by quite a bit. So because you can use it for now, because of WestJet flying to Tokyo, you can use the companion voucher. And it is a better price than anything that we could get through Aeroplan. Granted, Aeroplan does fly a lot more places, so that's why I'm like concentrating on collecting them now instead of the Air Miles, because the Air Miles plan kind of went meh and sideways a bit. Okay, did I get everything sewn there? Good. Good, good, good. The other cool one though is that WestJet is now also flying to Seoul direct from Calgary as well. So it's like, okay. So apparently the flights can't be that bad if they're expanding their Asia network. So I do know that that's one of the things that my friend said. She's in Hong Kong now, and she is enjoying how much more of a hub it is for her to just get, because you could just basically fly anywhere from Hong Kong. When I was looking at flights for her from like what we could kind of expect for her if she comes to Japan or Kyoto with us in 26, because that's kind of what we're leaning towards. I was like, oh yeah, there's like multiple direct flights from Hong Kong to Tokyo and Osaka from Hong Kong. So that was cool to see for her. 2, 3, because it's looking like the marathon should line up right over top of her Lunar New Year time off, which is super cool. So if that is the case, she's going to come and cheer me on at least. And if she's still around, she'll come and do the same with Dallas. And it should work out, because then what she'll do is Dallas and her will rent bikes in Kyoto. And then they'll bike around and cheer me on in Kyoto. So that'll be really awesome. And if she can't, then he'll just get on the train and cheer me on in one location for the marathon. I was like trying to think of what I need to do to get the goal of getting the sub 5 marathon. And one of the things I do need to do is I need to have these like 3-mile training runs get faster. So like my 3 miles doesn't take 45 minutes. I want it to take like half an hour to 35 minutes. So I think that's one of the goals I'll try and hit. Oh shoot. We have been on semi-construction length. Okay, that'll be fine. Anyway, these shorter training runs need to get faster. So I think the goal that I'm going to do while I'm doing my bridging over the winter here, because I will still be running, is I want to try and get my 5K runs down to like a 35-minute run versus a 45-minute run, which might not be possible. Let's say actually that I want to trim off 5 minutes. So we'll end up doing a 40-minute 5K instead of 45-minute 5K. That is achievable. Give or take a little bit. It's like a minute off per K. So that's why I was like, wait, the 35-minute one might not be, because it's like, that is 10 minutes off of a 5K. That's like 2 minutes per kilometer. That is, no. That's like actual training levels of pace improvement. And I'm trying to step back a little bit, not barrel ahead like that. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, 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 doom. I don't even know how many we have here. Do we remember the codes? Yeah, that's what I was doing. So this morning I was doing like basically intervals. So I sprinted until my watch said you are in like too high of like out of the zone that I want to be in. And that's the other thing I will be doing a lot of in this like break period, is a lot of heart rate zone training, because I think that's where it's going to be the most. I think physically I'm capable of it, like muscle wise, but my heart is where it starts to fail. So we'll do a lot more heart rate or heart like zone training. Anyway, but that was the training I was doing this morning. Is I was like sprint until I was out of the heart rate zone that I wanted to be in, and then slow down and walk, and then sprint and walk and sprint and walk. And actually I did reduce it. Actually I did do a 40-minute 5K this morning. But like I want to be able to do that 40-minute 5K in like just a like steady state run. That's still what I struggle with, is like just steady running. There's nothing wrong with walking, but like a steady state run is going to make a marathon easier, I think. I don't know, maybe it won't. I guess whatever helps me get it done is what makes it easier, right? But yeah, I want to improve my 5K pace, because that's going to help. Like that's going to cascade through everything. next year. So, just because that's how it works. Oh, actually, I know how to count because we had 25, 20, we had like 22. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. So 5, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 22. And I know that there was some spares. I think there was about 5 spares. So we're between like 17 and 22 bags left. Yay, yes. We'll get there. Yeah, there's a lot of sprints in my future. Dallas is going to do a 5K in March for St. Patty's Day. And I'm like, maybe I'll technically train for that. Because, or at least I'll set it up like I was training for it. Because here's the thing is that March could be absolutely spectacular weather like this year, or could be absolute shit and icy and crappy and gross and minus 30. So I'm like, that race will be one where I just make a last minute decision whether I'm going to do it or not. Not like, yes, I am in for sure, 100%, let's do this. All right. This is well over halfway wound, so I'm going to swap the bobbin again, mostly so I also don't run out of white thread. Like I still have like 1 and a bit bobbins ready. And then I'm going to pop the other one on, and since these are the straightaways, that'll be easy to start the winding for the second bobbin. Lots of hill work too, I think. So it'll be a lot of like hill, up the hill, down the hill, up the hill, down the hill. Which is going to be what's actually probably going to help my zone 2, which is where I need to do a lot of work over the winter. I'm so excited to be done the running training and then just go for like some of these walks and stuff like that. And then lastly, out of everything else, some weight loss, because if I don't have to carry quite as much weight around, that will do an instant improvement in everything as well. Do I think I can do what I want in the current weight and body that I am in? Yes. Do I think there will be improvements if I lose some weight and gain some muscle? Also yes. Because that's the other thing is I want to get back to the strength training. Mostly because that just makes me feel so good. Like, weight training is actually one of my favorite things to do. And like gaining the muscle in my legs and stuff like that is going to help significantly too. Because running only trains the muscles it uses, not the rest of the support muscles. So, but it's like if I add that in right now, I think I will actually burst. So we're not doing it until afterwards. We'll get through this first, and then we'll add in the other training shit. All right, coming up on lunchtime and a washroom break probably. I think I'll wrap up on this one, and then we'll go upstairs and have the bevy and the food. Should I have pierogies or should I have the pasta bake? That is the question. I've got leftovers today, so I can choose either. Actually, if there's... no, I should do the pasta bake because the pasta bake's a little bit older. There we go. Answered my own question. The pierogies were fresh last night. Although the pierogies aren't going to last as long. Pierogies. I actually really want pierogies. Dallas made like a really awesome Yeah, we got like a tube of ground pork this week, and not a sausage. It was like a plastic wrapped tube. And it was, he made up like, he's like, how are we going to do this with the pierogies? And I'm like, well, basically pretend it's bacon. It's a little bit lean. It's obviously leaner, but it's like, season it and like cook it up like a crumble for on top of the pierogies. And it's been so good. So he's made a bunch of like sausage patties that we can cook for either like breakfast like that, or as like to crumble up for these pierogies. It's been so tasty. All right. There's far too many threads there, and I don't know why. There we go. Oh, right. We got it. Katie, remind me, I gotta wind the bobbin. Wind that bobbin. Wind the bobbin. Bobbin, 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 bobbin. Bobbin, 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 bobbin. Those need to go out the back. Back, back. Okay. There. So my eldest's hair is getting long enough to braid, and so we've started braiding it, and they were calling it mermaid tails this morning. I'm like, oh my god, that is an amazing name for them. And then the youngest is like, I want a ponytail, and I'm like, okay, we can do a ponytail. Just keep the hair out of your face. But the problem with the youngest's hair is it's like, it's shorter. Actually, the eldest's hair has grown a lot. The youngest's hair is quite a bit shorter. So there's like, get it up, but it's also got a little bit of curl in it, and it's humid outside right now, so it's like curled, and they're just like running down. They've got this ponytail in the back, and then just like this corona of curls around their head, because there's no way to pull it back into the ponytail because it's not long enough. Well, I love how the camera is absolutely freaking out because of the black. It's like, overexposure, because that's so dark. Sorry, I apparently haven't looked up when I've been working with the black before this point. Hi, Flynn. Yes, pretty boy, we know. Pretty, 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 pretty boy. It's like I'm going to go lurk like a gargoyle right over here. Okay. Doom. 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 Good. Ding. I don't know why I keep capping the chalk pen, because it's not like I don't need it for every single one of these pretty much. Boom. Yum, 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 yum. Right there. All right, under the needle, up, back, up to the marking. There we go. Then we're going to turn it, and we're going to pop it here. And there we go, there we go. And up. And through, and around, and down, and around. And here. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, doom, doom. Good. And then we're going to do this side, and we're going to pop the tag in here, and then we're going to go have lunch. Lunch, 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 lunch. So So if you need to go get drinks or beverages or a replenishment of yarn, whatever you need to do, now is the time to do it. Because I am 100% assured in myself that this is completely riveting, and all you are doing is watching me put black twill under the sewing machine. No, I know. That is sarcasm. I'm doing the work and I'm still like, okay, when is it going to end? All right, I'll be back in like by 1, so like half an hour to 45 minutes tops, because it'll be all the things, and then I'll be back. See you in a little bit. Alrighty, I am back. Got my coffee, ate my lunch. It was delicious. Did the pierogies because there was pork crumble still there. Just had a couple cookies because I was like, cookies will go well with this coffee right now. And yeah, now we're all set up. This is, look, I have one of these flavored waters and I just looked at like the amount that's in it. It's like 503 milliliters. It's like, oh boy. I'm not quite sure why it is that so specific, but okay, sure. Okay, I have decided that I'm going to go in and actually mark all of these all at once, and then we'll be done, and then we can just sew. I think that's going to be the way to do it. Apparently, this is not squared up to itself. Excellent, fantastic. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I do not understand why it folds in properly one direction and not the other. I'm not going to question it. We're just going to do the things. Now, there are 15 left. I did do a count. And that's it. And once these are done, they're done, which is actually the really awesome. Well, okay, we got quite a bit to go still, I guess, but whatever. Once they're done, they're done. I should have like a tagging day on Thursdays. Maybe what I should do, because I was just realizing that there is a crap ton in there that need to be tagged, and I still need to figure out how I'm going to display those little things. I think the nail polish thing is still the best way to do it. And then I could actually put the brooches in that as well, which would be super helpful, to be honest. All right, so we'll fold that up and pop it over here on the laptop. Now we'll do the, yeah, because like this is what, well, we're gonna have to measure, open up all the seams, and then measure and do the wedging. But I do think that this is the one that takes more time than the wedging even. So. Ooh, and I got accepted to the cat festival in Calgary, so that's going to be fun. So that is middle of September. It'll be between Knit City and Fibre Shindig. And basically, we're not doing any push for that outside of, I will maybe do a little bit of work for that well, am I going to do the work, or am I going to do like a staycation the week after Knit City? I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to do some very gentle work that week, because Dallas is going to be on vacation the following week. So given that I've just done this massive push while he's been home, I'll probably step back from it in September just a tick. So maybe I will do a little bit of work that week just to get a few things. Well, okay. I'll see how much cat stuff we have left, especially after Knit City. I guess that's what's going to determine how much work I do that week. And what we have for like fabric availability. Could go in and do a few more of the small things, or like things like this though, so that would work well. And maybe some more of the traveler slings as well would be good. So we've got a few options that we could do that week that would be like more applicable for that show, I guess. Flynn, Dahlia, what has gotten into you two? They're like at each other today. Just trying to make sure that they're not. Flynn. Dahlia, you leave him alone. He's got her like cornered up on the freaking window. Both of you. Yeah, you too, you jerk. Like breaking up children. Stop cornering your sister. They're not actually siblings, but you know what I mean. They're stuck in the same house together, so deal with it. They've lived together for flipping like, oh good Lord, like almost 7 years. Okay. One, two, three. So once we're done this one, we will be like that much closer to being done. 3 out of 15, so 1/5, so 20% after this one, at least for marking, and then we'll go in. This will make sewing easier, to be honest. I don't know why I didn't just stick to this plan earlier. They do have to be sewn exterior, interior, exterior, interior still because they are all cut to match each other. But, like, this is far easier. Should have just stuck to the plan. Zoom. Zoom. Why aren't you lined up? Still don't get it. You should all line up. Really, really should. These ones were definitely cut square because they were like, I figured out how to cut the like square of exterior. So why is this one being like, there? Don't get it. Why you gotta be so cranky? Little black cat with the sweets. Flippin' adorable. This is gonna be its debut bag. Gyoza. Gyoza bag. Gyoza bag. Gyoza bag. I need to move this coffee before I dip a bag in it. Coffee. Did I need another coffee? Probably not. Is it delicious? 100%. Yum, yum, yum. Okay. Now Dahlia's hunting pom-poms again. Flynn? Hey! Dude. Hey. Leave her alone. Hi, Dahlia. Okay, at least that broke off his like concentration on her because she was like coming downstairs with the pom pom and he's like crouched behind a box like I'm gonna get her. Apparently he doesn't have the brain cell today, or something, or maybe he does. I don't know. Being a dork, whichever way. New moon was last night. All the crazy stuff was supposed to happen. Oh, I guess it's full moon. The crazy stuff was supposed to happen, but come on. Even worse. Doom, 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 doom. Doom 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 doom. That's getting too hot. Let's put it over here. Doom 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 doom. Okay, that one is definitely squared. So now let's put this into here. Okay, good. Turn, turn, turn. Doom, 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 doom. Oh, okay, that's from Caroline. I checked in with Caroline to see how she was doing. No, it wasn't Caroline. Boop, 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 boop. Popcorn cats, because it's not popcorn, it's got an extra A in it. They are good. We did do the pink one already, right? Yeah, we already sewed the pink one up, or like interior, exterior up. We haven't put the handle in it yet. And that's the blue version of it. There's a black version of it as well, but I think the black version might be sold out. Can't quite remember. It's one of the older fabrics that's I thought would be more popular, and then it's just it needs the right customer. So it's never been as popular as I actually anticipated. So it's like, okay, I have a little bit too much of this fabric, but it's cute. So it's a lot of the time it ends up being the prototyping excuse me, fabric, because like if it turns out well, then I can sell the prototype. Probably one of those ones that when I do a few bags lined in Japanese fabrics, or like the reversible drawstring bags with lined, actually it would be a good one to experiment with for the I say experiment for, but I don't really need to experiment for the new small wedge bags. So small wedge bags will be coming back, but I'm going to basically make it a medium wedge bag. So it's not going to be as small as the old small wedge, and it's not going to be as large as the old large wedge. But we're going to do a medium bag. I think I know exactly where the sweet spot for it'll be. And then there'll be interior mesh pockets. This is not something that's going to be coming out anytime soon. It's probably got about a 6 to 9 month production time right now, but it will be something that'll be, I'm happy to say that it'll be something probably, like, based on current timelines, it'll be ready for Knit City Vancouver next year. Because there's a couple other products that are like on the list between now and then. So those will come up first, and then the small wedge bag because it won't need as much prototyping, will be just added back in. Basically it'll be a little bit wider. It'll be the same height, but it'll be a bit wider than they used to be. Nice in between size. Probably, or scraps that I could cut down to that size. Yeah, I know it would be a good one for this, right? Actually, that would be a good way to do some fancier coasters and stuff like that. Frame it with a twill. Actually, that's what I will focus a little bit on. Is I'll do. We need to do a notions pouch restock again. So that's one of the things we'll focus on post Knit City is that, and maybe that's something that I'll focus on for the cat market as well. It's just like pouches. Actually, I wonder if I could like make catnip kickers. That would be a good one for that market too, actually. Very fancy catnip kickers. Okay. Oh, no, I know what we need to finish, or I need to have for the cat market is the little cat head pouches. Oh, yes. There we go. So that's what we'll make a bunch of for that. And they won't take that long either. When will I do it? After Knit City. Probably in that week. So I'm going to take half the week to relax and chill and recover, and then half the week... No. I'm going to take the days that the kids are normally at school, so the Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and I'll work those days, and then the days that they normally aren't at school, I will take off completely. There we go. That's how I'll balance that one, because I want a break. And the days won't be quite as intense, but that'll give me an opportunity to get a few things into rotation then for the cat festival without also like not taking vacation with Dallas. Because I definitely didn't take a lot of like, ooh, I don't really want to become a fabric vendor though. That is one thing. But yeah, it's something that I have considered, definitely. Although that has been actually the consideration is like, if this bag thing can like, doesn't work out in the next few years completely as I desire, although it is picking up then a fashion that looks like it will. I'm like, I know how to buy fabric now from Japan. Excuse me. Through wholesale, it wouldn't be like, it would be a different business for sure. But it would be like, it's like something at least. But I still like making my bags better. I don't really want to be a fabric retailer. Anyway, yeah, so next week is a full week of prep for Knit City Calgary, or for Omatsuri, and then a full week of prep for Knit City Calgary. And then the following week will be Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then I'll have Tuesday, Thursday off for just myself and no children, which will be like chef's kiss. And then the Monday after that will also be another, well, that's going to be the long run day. So I will like, I will be doing, that's a good idea with some of the stuff that's like the last of it. That could be good. Last of it packs. I'll think about it. Definitely not in the next couple weeks. Maybe something for like next year for like Shindig or something like that. Doom, 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 doom. Yeah, that's true too. Or I could sell like fat quarters or something of it, so it's like even less processing. Or like a set of multiple, I don't know, fat quarters, fat eighths, charm packs, something. I'm sure there is a demand in the market for that, because it is like, it's still really hard to find Japanese fabrics in Canada. Okay, I don't even know where we're at. These fabrics are getting really warm on my lap because of the twill. Holy. Okay, 6 more to mark. Then we'll go in and sew them. Then we'll go in and wedge them. Or no, sew, seam roll, wedge, turn, handle. Hey, we're doing pretty good. I think we should be able to get, I think I've like planned out the amount of work that I need to do today perfectly. So we'll do this, and then hopefully we can turn and complete the OB traveler slings. And if not, that'll be tomorrow, which, whatever, not a big deal. Actually, it'd be better if I did have them for tomorrow. Anyway, I gotta call Pecana tomorrow morning when I'm in the city and find out if they have the cotton webbing that I'm on back order for. And then, yeah, because I have like, what was it, like 6 straps for the mini traveler slings and no more. It's like, well, the mini traveler slings need a strap, so this is kind of, whoops. At least I had enough for the traveler slings. That's good. But yeah, it was like, here, you will have a grand total of 6 straps. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? There, right there, right? Yes. Fold. Fold. Ah, shuffle. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Yes, there we go. Yeah. Okay, close enough. Not perfect, close enough though. Okay. Boom. 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 Boom, boom. Good. Good, good. Thread, thread, thread thing. Why, oh why, why? There we go. Okay. Turn. Up and up and up and up and up and up and up. And actually, most of the ones that I don't want to use, or don't want for the fronts anyway, there's not a lot. And most of them I think are going to be able to be paired up with, sorry, I'm just thinking about that thought process. But it's like, a lot of them are going to be able to be paired up for maybe interiors for like some of the bags and stuff. Because like a small wedge bag with a Japanese fabric interior would be super cute. Or a medium wedge bag, whatever it ends up being. Basically, I'm thinking, so the large wedge bags used to be 16 inches wide before you, like, in the cuts. So about 15 inches by the time you got everything sewn. So I'm thinking that I'll make the medium about a 14-inch width. So about a 13-inch wide total once you get it, like, all figured out. Which would put it, like, 3 inches larger than the small wedge bag when it was finished. So I think that will be a nice, like, in-between size. It'll still be, like I said, the same height as well. And probably the, like, right in between the small wedge cuts and the large wedge cuts for like its box edge as well on the bottom, wedged edge. How wide does like the small wedge bag open to? I think the whole opening was between 9.5 and 10 inches at the top. Somewhere in there at least, so. Cool. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 5 more now. Okay, I missed one in the count earlier. Damn it. Oh, the obi. Most of them are like, oh yeah, actually the obi would make good medium wedge. Those ones are just, they were an exception. I just cut them the same width of like whatever the width of the actual obi was. But I think most of them are between 12 and 13 inches because that's what most of the looms are sized for as well. They're pretty standardized. There's obviously some, like, they're standardized within the styles. There we go, because there's obviously thinner kimono, thinner obi as well, and then there's thicker obi, and this piece of fabric is very much not square. Damn it. Yeah, so they would actually make a good addition to the to that. The thing about it being is that most people were like, but they're too fancy. So I was like, all right, then we will make them fancier and sell them as a purse instead. Too fancy to hold my projects. And I'm like, it's never too fancy to hold your projects. Just also thinking about where and like how much I've actually paid for them and stuff like that. It's like, no, no, no. You're perfectly fine to use these as project bags. Go. The thinner obi are probably open up to 10 or 11 inches wide. Maybe up to 12 actually, which would make sense because then they could still be woven on the same like loom, but then they're folded in half. That's probably it. It's probably a 12-inch obi total. Maybe they were ties? Oh, ties, yeah, some of them would make really good ties. I've actually thought of that too. But then you get into like a whole different bird's nest of stuff for like making clothing for sale specifically. Definitely seen people do it though. Oh, okay. Thank you. I was like, I really don't want to make clothing, but thank you for the option. I could, but I don't want to, really. Outside of like for personal use. Oh. The brains are like you need a vacation. I'm looking forward to going to the coast. We're gonna go out. So normally we don't do anything on long weekends, but just with how it's falling this year, we're gonna head out to Victoria, which is on Vancouver Island, just before September long, and then come back just after September long. I gotta make sure that we've got cat care then. Yeah, it'll be good because like kids keep talking about going to a beach and stuff like that. So like it's not a sandy beach, but it's the ocean actually instead of like a pool beach too. So that's nice. And we'll be in Taper for our half marathon training. We'll have like short runs, which won't be too bad. And I've got friends in town that weekend. They're like coming back right before it, which is awesome. It'll be a good time. Actually, friends that I met when I was at university. Yeah, it's about so it's about a 10-hour drive to the ferry, and then it's about a 2-hour ferry ride over. Total usually it takes about 14 hours. So we'll be doing because basically we are on the western edge of Alberta, and we gotta go all the way across BC. But we'll be doing it in one fell swoop, basically driving the whole day. So it'll be good though. We haven't been out there as much as we would desire, just because it's like, well, for obvious reasons, and then just it's like gas is not cheap right now. And the ferry is not cheap either, actually. And it's like, it is still cheaper than going to fly, because then you have to factor in like other transportation costs. But it'll be good. It'll be worth it. The kids will really enjoy it. Dallas has a family out there as well, so that's part of it, is that we've got family we can stay with, and like that'll be good. So see friends, see family. Maybe go there's like the best pancake place in Canada so far that we've found out there, called John's Place. It's amazingly delicious. The day after I broke my ankle, I was like, if we do not go to John's Place, I will actually cry. Even more than what the ankle has already made me hurt. I did not actually cry when I broke my ankle. I was definitely close to crying when it was like healing, because oh my god, that was the part that hurt the most. It was the like second or third day when you could start it to like feel it like knitting back together. Worst, like sharpest localized pain I have ever felt. I think is probably on par or worse than giving birth. Also because it's kind of like, well, here you go, off you go. In this air cast. Get in with your like person to get a referral for your like for the orthopedic clinic in the hospital when you get home. Yay. Ugh, so dumb. 10 hour from Sydney is like at the top of one of the things I want to go see. So I guess as a tourist it's different though compared to like when you're living there as well, right? Eventually. Australia's always been on my list. So in the next couple decades, hopefully. I think Dallas keeps saying he wants to go to Perth. I think that's where they've visited before and they really enjoyed it. So, isn't Perth like across the continent basically? Huh. Interesting. Whoa, this one is big. Yeah, okay, whatever. The only problem is now is are my... Okay, so So that's 6 inches. And okay, so this is larger. That just means it's going to have a larger opening. I think that's perfectly fine, right? Perth has a lot of flies? Sorry, am I reading that right? As in like black flies or house flies or horse flies sort of thing? That is hilarious, if I am reading that correctly. It's funny because it's like, I know there's certain places I want to go in Europe, but honestly, I can name off more typically that I want to do in Asia and like Oceania. To make wait, what? Camels? They have camels in Perth? What? Were they like they must have been imports then, right? Like people brought camels in, sort of thing? Wild cat. What? That's insane. Okay, cool. I guess Alberta has wild horses. I never quite have the same like reaction to them, but camels were not on the checklist for Australia. So wild camels. I always forget it's like my only encounter with camels has been at the zoo. So it's like really hard to wrap your brain around sometimes when it's like wild. That's insane and such a cool little fact. A cool fact. I mostly associate camels with like Egypt. So not quite, I guess Saudi's like right there too. It's not that far apart, but yeah, when I'm thinking of camels, I'm always thinking of like the pyramids and that. So apparently that is my internalized bias about where these creatures are located is Egypt. Northern Africa. Wild. Okay, cool. Well, I guess apparently that's going to go on the whole list there as well. My one is I really want to go back to Singapore. I got an opportunity to go because actually, so before I went to Japan, I stayed a term in dorm at the university. Before that, I'd been living with an aunt and uncle to cut down on my costs, blah, 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 blah. But it was time for me to get out of their house. And so I applied for dorm and got in for the term right before I went to Japan. And my roommate there was actually from Singapore. She's Vietnamese, studying in Singapore on exchange in Calgary. Very convoluted. But so when I was in Japan, I took the opportunity to go to Singapore over break because the flights over were like far more accessible than they would have been to get to from here. And I really enjoyed Singapore. So that's one of those places that I really want to get back to. Probably when the kids are older, just because it'll be like, yeah. The investment to get there, I complain about Japan, but the investment to get to Singapore is A, very taxing on time. It's like at least a 2-day trip from Calgary between layovers and like all of that. And it like double the cost of getting to Japan on a good day. So I think that one will be is we eventually do want to go to Hong Kong as well. So I think we're kind of do like Singapore, Hong Kong, and then maybe like a week in Japan, all like tag teamed together. And I don't know if it's just nostalgia or what, because it was like Singapore was just a really nice break from like the Japan is a very homogenous society, and like that's good, and just it was a nice break to get back into a country that was much closer to like what it felt like in Canada. I still refer to it as like tropical Canada because that's what it felt like. It felt like going to Calgary. with better weather. Actually, I think it is more international in some ways than Calgary is, at least outwardly. Although it was hilarious because I was at one of the museums in Singapore on this break, and the family in front of me was getting asked where they were from, and they're like, "Oh, we're from Canada," and I was like, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to like eavesdrop, but I heard you're from Calgary. Where do you live in Canada?" And they're like, "Calgary." I'm like, "Oh my God, it's a tiny, tiny world when you actually start like getting into it." And then on that trip as well, there's a woman, like a backpacker, with an older gentleman backpacking, and they were struggling to get their tickets for the metro. And at that point, I'd been in the city for a while, so I was like, or not a while, but like a couple days, so I knew how to use the metro system. Plus, I'd already had the experience with Japan, which like that's all you use is trains. So I was able to help them, and it turned out that she was a former Kansai Gaidai student back in Asia, like for the first time in 12 years. Just like, again, super random. Like, so cool. Yeah, I can see Singapore being a hub for like traveling out, right? Because it's fairly well located for so many locations. It's where Dallas's family ended up going for like their break as well, actually, when they were living in Indonesia. So that's part of why I was also like, okay, let's go to Singapore because it sounds really amazing. And lo and behold, it was. But I want to go back with like not student money. I did pretty good, all things considered, but yeah, I think it'd be a better trip as like a full-fledged adult as well. So, as most things are. Okay, Dallas is just asking a question here. All right. Satisfied with that layout. Yeah, that makes sense. So for us, a lot of the time we can we either end up flying through Toronto, which I'm sorry to all the people from out east, but I'm pretty sure this is a pretty big consensus that Toronto is the absolute worst airport in Canada. And so far has still been my worst experience just in an airport in general, personally. But like, so usually a lot of our flights, they either lay over in Toronto or you end up going and flying to like, if you're going to Europe, you fly into London or Amsterdam or like one of those ones. That would be cool. I think the big thing is he really enjoyed going to Rottnest Island from Perth. I think that was the same trip. Yeah. But yeah, and then going to like Asia, for us, it's like you lay over in Vancouver a lot because that's just the access. Or now with the direct, so it's like Vancouver, Narita, or Vancouver, Hong Kong, or Vancouver. I think Seoul actually is one of the ones that's a big hub for us in some ways outside of Vancouver if you're going east. Or, well, yeah, in that case, you're going really far west for us. Yeah, I want to, yes, that's one of the things I want to go see. He keeps talking about them. So it made an impression. I think the big thing he remembers is maybe biking around the island. That might be part of it too. Okay, brother-in-law and his girlfriend are coming down because we've been trying to sell the little portable AC that we had while we were waiting for central AC to be like available. So they're gonna come pick up the portable. So I'll have to leave here in a few minutes just to help them get out of the garage. But yay, sold. No, that's fair. Keep me away from those sharks, man. No. I'm iffy about swimming in the ocean on a good day. So, oh, okay, they might not be here directly. But they'll be here in a few minutes, or a little bit. Boom, last lining to mark, and then we can start the sewing machine. Whee! Ding, 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 ding. Excellent. Okay. Oh, that was a lot. It's all a lot, but that was a lot of marking to have to do. Holy crap. Okay, we'll start with the short sides on this one. And then we'll put the, oh, my dress is getting in the way. Damn it, I should probably put shorts on today. Oh well. All good. Okay. Oh right, turning the sewing machine on before I start sewing might actually be beneficial to being able to get sewing done. Okay, 1 and 2. And then can I work it? No, you have to, okay, I have to trim it here and then we can do the long sides. Okay. Oh, and trim that one. Okay. Doom, 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 doom. In and under and down. And then I'll pop a tag in here so I don't forget. Boom, boom, go. So, whee. Okay, and then it set it up for success to like do both long sides. Doom, 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 doom. Oh, I guess I should actually turn my phone off of work focus because otherwise I can't hear the doorbell down here. Ha ha. Okay, let's see. Where did I put that? Buried. Okay. Done. boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Boom, 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 boom. Was it anything important? Okay, I'm gonna leave those connected so that I don't have to deal with them later. Everything will just stay nice and together for sewing. The like interiors and exteriors together. I was like, I'm gonna get these done today. I don't actually know if I am gonna get these done today, but we'll try our best. If we don't get these done today, we are going to get damn close to getting them done today, so that's nice. So what time is it? Yeah, it's like 1:45 for me. Dolls will probably have dinner ready between like 5:30 and 6 tonight. So I got like a couple, 4 more hours. How long have we been on? 3. Marking knit is probably about half the work, so maybe we're good. Maybe we're good. We'll find out, I guess. If I'm not, it's still a lot of work done and moved forward. Remind me of that when I have to like just head down, get all those small box bags done this week. I think I can just do it this way. Then we can open it up here. And yeah, and that doesn't affect the stuff that we've chain pieced there. So I can just chill. Come here, please. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Like there's something I need to do, and that something is a tag. So the tag can go in right here. Good. Yeah, actually the marking is the stuff that's going to take the longest because it's like just finicky, right? So make sure everything lines up. Make sure it's all good to go. Blah, 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 blah. All right, and then we'll do it on this side, which just means a flip here and in. These guys, and then we'll do the long sides, long sides, long sides. Then it's just the long sides, long sides, long sides. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. There we go. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Dun, 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 dun. And the other bobbin is wound, so we still have black thread for the next, when this one runs out, basically. All right, 2 out of 15 sewn. Yay. Okay. Oh, that's going to be way too large of opening. Shoot. Okay. That's going to be huge. Okay, so what did I say that? So if it's 4.25 out of a 9-inch seam, it's about a 50% ratio, right? So 4.25 divided by 9 is 40.47%. And how tall is this one? 11 inches. Well, yeah, that's a massive difference times 11. A 5-inch. It's actually almost a 5.25. So we're going to go with a 5-inch. Right? I think that's good. Yeah, that's going to be good. Okay. So 5-inch sewing. You could just see that it's going to be way too big of an opening. This is a very generous bag for this one, so it is going to be a little bit different price. It was probably what most of them are going to be priced at in general. Especially once we start actually like putting these into production with new cuts, and then the smaller ones will be like at the price that they'll be at. But these will be the like more standardized pricing ones. There we go. That's where I was getting with it. Just materials wise. And honestly, probably they need a larger handle. Probably not. We're good. We're just gonna assume I'm good. Pretty sure we will be. Okay. Whee! Clip and clip, and then long sides together. Actually, that is a really nice size. So actually, this is good because it means that I've got 2 different sizes that we can experiment with and be happy with, hopefully. It is significantly larger than the other set, though. Oh dear. Oh well. It's all good. Okay, so this one's got to be marked at the 5-inch point 2. Okay, so where is the markings? Not that side, then it's going to be this side. 5 inches, 5 inches. Boom, 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 boom. Which means that the penguins also have to go the 5-inch mark as well, because they're going to be a comparable size. So I just got to remember that too. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, 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 doom. Okay. So. Wee. Get this one underneath as well. Ding. All right, clip and clip and clip. And we'll fold this direction. Corners, corners, corners. All right, next set. Okay, and so this will be another one of the larger ones. No, it's a little bit smaller because, right, because these were smaller actual fat quarter cuts, not like generous fat quarter cuts. It sounds like there wouldn't be much of a difference, but when it's a couple inches on these is a significant amount of difference. Bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum 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 bum. Okay. Brains, 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 brains. Apparently I'm turning into a fabric zombie. I need to eat brains. Brains! Actually, let's take a look at the forecast for Tokyo. I just realized Japan in general, because I was just like, wait, this is like, so I'm 25 days out from when I actually left for Japan. Yeah, it's pretty hot. 34, 35 degrees. Air quality's good. And 88% humidity. The dew point is 24 degrees right now. What are we right now, actually? That's a better question, maybe. I know we're cooler today. So that's Osaka, Cochrane. Thunderstorms, 24 degrees. Oh, we were supposed to be pretty chilly this week, realistically. High teens, low 20s. It's going to be a nice break. And then humidity at 55%. And I'm here like, oh, it's muggy out here today. I think it was 66% when I went for my run this morning. And yeah, that was like, it was sticky for me, for sure, compared to what we normally have here. But at least it's not 88%. I don't know. It, like, that first weekend is seared into my brain. Especially because I was, like, going into it being like, oh, yeah, it'll be like Canada. No big deal. This should probably be stitched with white thread. Oh, well, we can deal with that. This one we will top stitch in white because it's, like, black would be a little bit too much of a contrast. But anyway, yeah, it was like seared into my head, like, I know, so muggy. Ugh. For me. Yeah, seared into my head, seeing that like thermometer and it being like, it is 36 degrees plus humidity or whatever it was. Say 36. Now I'm like, was it 36 or 39? It was hot. It didn't matter. At that point, does 3 degrees make any difference? Probably not. Brutal heat for us, for me. Although that was such a nice mild winter as well, though. It's just like, I didn't need my big winter coat or winter boots or anything. You just need like a good rain jacket. Actually, we didn't even really need a rain jacket. Well, I don't think that that's topped by the first time with Dallas of like, oh, it's like mid-teens. It's going to be like really nice there. But it was like, I don't know how many places experienced this, and I think it was probably the humidity again, but it was like a really bitter teen temperature-wise. And it was like rainy, so it was also just cold because then you put like your rain jacket on and like without an umbrella, which we didn't have the first few days, all the water dripping on you just like evaporates any of your heat that you might have generated. It was, yeah. So from now on, it's like, all right, I check in with friends that are there. It's like, has it been a warm mid-teens or is it a like cold mid-teens? Because there is a difference. Because when I went in November of 22, it was like, it will be like, I think it was like 15 to 18 degrees, which is nice. But those were the temperatures that it was in that March. And I'm like, well, is it cold or is it like mild? Asked a friend and they're like, it's mild. I'm like, okay, sweet. And it was actually. And it remained mild while I was there. But I could tell that like the next week there was going to be a shift to cold mid-teens instead. 39 is fucking hot. 36 is hot too. And then you add the humidity and it's just like, we are dying. Because we hit 36 a couple days here and like it was hot, but it was not, well, we weren't outside in it. We were in AC. Because that's the other thing is Japan doesn't have a lot of central AC either. Because their traditional buildings are built for heat. Not for the winter time though. But for the summer times, yes. But yeah, like here it was not the same death as like humid 36 in Japan, that's for damn sure. I think Ontario gets like that too, doesn't it, Andrea? Like you guys get some brutal humidity and heat from what I've heard. You're probably listening to me bitch about like 36 and you're like, yeah. Hold my beer. $55%, that's nothing. We're built differently in Alberta. Not really. Actually still got all the windows open right now. It is still humid for here, but it's like, it's so nice to have the fresh air coming in that I'm just like, nope, we're going to just deal with this today. Well, I probably should go upstairs and close the blinds because then I don't overheat that back room. / kitchen. Dallas would not appreciate that when he has to come home and cook dinner. I wouldn't appreciate that either. So maybe I'll go. How many more of these do we have to do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I know how to count these. We have like 11 more, looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 more. Sweet. Yeah, so I'll finish these up and then I'll go upstairs and I'll close all the blinds and like make sure that we don't overkick in the AC today. Although if it is going to be like high teens to low 20s. That means I probably can leave the windows open for most of the week, which is awesome. Love it. And we'll probably get one more kick of heat in September, which is when we normally do get like Indian summer, basically. Actually, whichever comes first, we'll either do, yeah, either this finishes or the bobbin runs out. And that'll determine when I go upstairs. There we go. Doom, 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 doom. Trim, trim, open. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Well, at least there hasn't been, this is not a mutter grumble day. This is just a heads down, let's get these seams sewn day. That's kind of nice too. The mutter grumble is probably more entertaining, but honestly, this is a nice brain break for me. Instead of being like, oh my god, how does this go together? It's that, yeah, actually what popped into my head while I was saying that was the Instagram reel of like, of all the, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, as it's like showing disaster after disaster. We haven't really had any disasters, but, yeah, this is not as taxing on the brain cells. Which is good. Give them a little vacation time too, right? Actually, that'll be the nice thing. Oh, right, I gotta do the counts and take the twill up to cut the twill tonight for the twill. For the, small box bags. Because even though I'll be hanging out, I can still at least do that with kiddos around. Could technically bring the box bags up to clip as well, but we'll see how far I get with the twill and them around as well. Probably better just to stick to the twill. Oh yeah, so actually the Obi ones were longer. Wildly enough, they are like two different lengths. So the ones for the mini traveler are the length called for in the pattern, and then the ones that I cut for the Obi ones were supposed to be longer. So the bottom or the top one with the rectangle ring is shorter, and the one with the D ring on the bottom is longer, like significantly longer. I know, enough to notice, right? So yeah, I guess being the like younger sibling of the traveler sling, it's like, yeah, this is just going to be shorter. I don't know, man. But yeah, we're good. Thank you for checking in on that. The only thing that we've changed about the D-ring is that we're not doing the top one again, because I'm like, meh. The only thing I am seeing that the top one would benefit me on is the fact that like I could hang it by the D-ring for display, but that's it. So I'm just dropping it because I'm like, that's less materials. Yeah, I know, right? It was like wild to see how much longer it was on the bottom, because like normally you would think that you would want to snug your, okay, in my head normally I snug up my D-ring tabs to the bag within reason, right? Like there's a little bit of an ear out to like be like, hey, I'm here, but it's not like flopping around like the one on the traveler sling. Not that those ones are like flopping around, but that's what it felt like it was going to do. Definitely made it a more interesting sewing experience, because you definitely had to like push it in to make sure that it was like in the bag. This little like D-ring tab tail. So anyway, thank you though for your check-in on that one. I appreciate it. Plus the twill is in the drawer with the thread drawer tower. Okay, we're down under, we're into the single digits for this bag. Thank goodness. Because as much as it's good brain break, I also just want to be done. So we will have a nice, good showing for this debut of them at least. I wonder how now I got to figure out how I'm going to like display them as well. Yeah, I hope you don't lose your internet again. That would be annoying. I would be very annoyed. And like our internet actually is really good out here and doesn't normally drop unless like okay, it drops if we have like a power outage, which makes sense. But I think it's like, I think there's been a lot of investment in our like internet infrastructure here as well. Because I think, isn't it like per capita, I think Canadians use like the second most internet in the world or something like that. It's insane. Although it makes sense because we got long nights, cold winters, and a very spread out population. This one technically should also be sewn with white, but it can deal. We'll just deal with it. It's going to be lined in black. You're not going to see the stitching anyway, so. This one and that bow fabric, we will top stitch in white though. Oh, we are out of bobbin. Never mind. Joke's on me. What I need to go upstairs and do? Close the blinds. I am going to go do that. So I'm going to pause here for a moment. We are 1, 2, 3, 8 from the end. Go close the blinds and the windows upstairs. And then I'll come back downstairs and we'll wrap up on the 8 here. And then we'll move on. Well, we'll wrap up on this section of it and then we'll move on to the next one. I'll stop blathering on. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, and the storm clouds are gathering. Oh, this will be fun later today. All right, I'm back. Time to get the bobbin swapped. I was like, why were we paused? Oh, right, bobbin. Okay, I'll get it in here. And then, oh man, I should have changed into some shorts while I was upstairs. Because the skirt on this dress, it's a really good dress for when it's warm, but it's really long skirt for what I normally wear, and it's just like, I keep sitting on it. Not something that happens when you're in a midi skirt. I think this actually still counts as like a mid-length dress, but it's like, I'm used to wearing mid-length dresses that are like, not this length. So, all right. Bobbin is set up to wind. Looks like we just ran out of thread on this one. Otherwise, we're good. Excellent. So we'll go into here. Okay, and this is the long seam here. So we'll start the winding here as well. There we go. What time is it now? It's 2:30. That's not bad. Almost through sewing these bags. I'm going to dub the Gyoza bag. Basically, it looks like a gyoza once it's finished. If you were watching last week, I was calling them the square-to-hexagon bags because they literally go from a square to a hexagon shape. But that doesn't exactly roll off the tongue when you're trying to tell people about it. But it does look like a dumpling when you actually pick it up. So we're going to go with gyoza, since that is the Japanese word for their dumplings. It's a really good shape and size to be both a handbag or a project bag. So a nice crossover bag compared to some of the other ones I've been making recently. Yeah, I'm super excited for it to it's going to debut at Omatsuri. And then we'll hopefully have a stack of them still for Knit City, Canada as well, which will be in Calgary. And then hopefully we'll still have, sell me out at Knit City, please. Of all my bags. I don't want to have to pack up my booth after Knit City. Besides the display equipment. Anyway. That's the best and worst case scenario when you're a maker and you're doing a show. It's please sell me out. And then at the same time, you're like, oh no. But, yeah, and actually I just got accepted to Calgary Cat Festival, so that's super exciting. That'll be the third weekend in September, midway through September basically. I think it's on the 14th, 15th. I'll update my information in the box once Omatsuri is done. And then I'll also be at Shindig, which is also in Calgary, in mid-October, and then hopefully I get some other fall shows kind of lined up. So And if I don't, well, we'll just take the time to like do a bunch of experimentation with sewing. That needle synchronizer is like losing its mind over there. And actually there's a set of Christmas markets I want to apply for next year that I forgot about this year, but it's the Millerville Christmas markets, which are apparently a really good set of Christmas markets down at one of our farmers markets here. So maybe I'll just throw my name in as well for some of the other Christmas markets at like some of the more established places. The one I did in November last year was mediocre at best. It wasn't terrible. Wasn't like amazing. It was just kind of like, eh. Especially considering like all of the, I don't know, had a bad vibe as a vendor. And I knew the space, like going into it, the space was mediocre as well for like lighting and stuff like that. It's just old and hasn't had, they don't have the money to upgrade it, so it hasn't been upgraded. That's fine, I can work around that, but it's like the vibe from the organizers was just not what you want. So I'm not repeating that show this year, which is fine. Yeah, we'll just, I don't know, we're just at that point where I'm like, I should be more on the ball with Christmas shows, but I haven't been, so I'm focusing on everything else this year instead. I should put a note in my phone about the Millerville Christmas market though. Actually, I should still just email them and find out if they have like a cancellation or something like that, because like you never know, right? And then it'll end up being that, oh right, I was actually going to apply for Market Collective. That was one of the ones, because I didn't fit in very well before, but I think I probably fit into it better now. Although at the same time, you don't want to like, I don't want to over inundate my like, well, I guess these are like two different kind of, well, not different market pools, but like different, the knitting pool is in the general market pool, but the general market pool is not really in the knitting pool. So like the more generalized markets I can do, the better in some ways, I guess. Because like I don't want to tire out my market pool. There we go. Market Spot also wants volunteers to come in and do like marketing for like, well, basically you work a few hours and then they'll take a certain chunk off of your like buy-in for the month. So I'll go do that a little bit over the fall and winter as well. I think that'll be good. I am going to check to make sure that we're not really like really not supposed to be sewing these with the black thread. Oh no, we're good. It's fine. All right, good. Get out of here. Lift, good. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, doom. Doom, 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 doom. Actually, now that I look at these are very much like a handkerchief bag that I had tried to figure out how to sew a few years ago. But it was unlined, and so it wanted you to like serge the seams. I didn't have a serger at that point, so it was like not something I could actually make. Or at least make in such a way that I was like satisfied with the quality of the work afterwards. It was a fight to get it to look good without like having raw seams in it and blah blah blah. Because basically I tried to swap the serged seams for French seams, and it just like with how it ended up being constructed, it just was not good. But the shape of this kind of reminds me of that one. It was a cool concept. And actually, now that I have a serger, I could revisit it if I... Fuck me. That was not the spot I was supposed to put the seam. I'm supposed to sew down from the mark, not up to the mark. Yeah. Okay, fixed. Try that again. Anyway, yeah, I could revisit it now that I actually have a serger, and that might be kind of fun. So it was really light though, and it wasn't lined, so I'm like, I don't know about that. I still really like my lined bags. Nope, sorry. Nothing that disastrous. Just seams in the wrong place, which I don't know. That counts as a disaster right now, right? All I can think about right now is like how much I want to nap. How much I want to finish these, and then I want a nap. That won't happen until a while. A couple more weeks. Although today would be a good day to nap. That's what I could do after my really long run on the 26th. Is I could go for a nap. That would be good. Okay, this is one of the ones that's really big again. Because it was cut from the yardage instead of cut from the box bag cut. I'm just going to measure it here and see if it needs to be adjusted. No, it doesn't actually. It's the same. Okay, never mind. It's the size it's supposed to be. Okay. Penguins, penguins, penguins. No, if I sewed through my finger, it would probably go silent, and then I would just, I'm sorry, I would probably just disappear and explain later. Or I would be like, so I just sewed through I would actually probably be a lot calmer about sewing through my finger than I was about fucking up my seam. That's not necessarily a good thing, but it's probably the way it would go. I don't know. Yeah, we're not going to explore that thought much further. But I do feel like that's what would end up happening. Because, yeah, even breaking my ankle, like, it felt like it was something more than it was, but I was like, I don't know, it's, like, not that bad. Because Dallas was like, well, did you hear a snap or anything? It's like, no. But, like, there's a lot of other things going on, so, of course, that's not what I was necessarily listening for. But like I said, I didn't even cry about that. It hurt a few days later, but it wasn't like anything insane. My eldest was definitely more upset than I was because they were like, they knew that I was hurt. So it really scared them. It was probably the worst part of the whole thing. Because like the youngest was still in their infant carrier, and I just basically stepped back with them, and they were fine. They fell in the carrier, so I guess I'm going to assume they were fine. They didn't even cry, so more just looked up from the carrier like, whoa, let's do that again. So almost there, almost there. I wonder if you did so through your finger. Is that like an urgent care or an emergency room visit? I wonder. I guess it depends on where you sew through it. Also, no injuries on the long weekend Monday, please. It's been the running joke with my kids, like, no injuries on the long weekend. I told that to the kids in front of my brother-in-law, and he's like, yeah, just wait until Dallas gets home on Tuesday. I'm like, exactly. Then he can go sit in the, like, emergency room with them this time. Or just like, not that you ever want to visit the emergency room, but I definitely don't want to do it on a holiday Monday or a holiday weekend at all. Because it just is like when what you think was the good idea turns out not to be the good idea stuff, right? So just people being idiots sometimes too. Doom, doom. All right, we're almost at the end of these seams at least. So that's good, 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 good. Very excited to be done with these seams. Okay, I know I said that we're probably going to finish, or we're going to finish the traveler slings today, but I'm now going to revise that we will finish the traveler slings tomorrow. These are going to take the day, and that's fine. It's not like I'm going to have a 12-hour day or anything like that today, so whatever. I'm going to have probably about an 8-hour day today total, or just under an 8-hour day. But that is honestly still a significant amount of work done. Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. Okay, so my tags are a little bit off, but whatever. NBD. NBD. Right? I think it's fair to hope that you don't need to go to an emergency room, but particularly that you don't need to go to an emergency room on a long weekend. I think. We are extremely lucky in Cochrane that we have what's called an urgent care, which is basically like an emergency room light. Oh, kiddos are home. Okay. But yeah, so it's like if you need stitches or something like that and like your doctor isn't around, then you can go to like urgent care. No, I never found the list that I was crossing off, because why would I find that list? I didn't look that hard for it, granted, but like, yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't look for that hard. I'll probably find it when we're like doing show season cleanup, so you know, because that's just how this summer's gonna go. But I know that we will have checked a lot off of that list when we find it. May not have checked everything off that list, but I will check off a lot of stuff off that list. Oh. Oh, that's where lemon pie was too. So, oh, lemon pan. Never mind. Because there's like lemon pie on that coffee shop print. And I'm like, lemon pie is not what you associate with, what I personally associate with Japan. But I think they've got like, I don't know, I'm going to have to look it up, because when I was in Narita, my friend likes to get like weird and different Japanese flavored Kit Kats. So I usually like, I try to find the strangest ones I can while I'm there. And one time that was actually while I was in Narita waiting to come home, and it was Tokyo Shima, so Tokyo Island lemon. And I'm like, what? So I actually need to look it up and see. Maybe they have like a lemon island somewhere or something like that, because lemon just doesn't strike me. Yuzu, on the other hand, is very Japanese, but lemon does not strike me as a Japanese flavor. It strikes me as very like a very strong flavor for Japan. Okay, that is, I messed that up, so that is no longer going to be. Shoot. Just realized that that still needs to be connected to this one. Oh well, whatever. I'll figure it out. It's the one loose cannon one. There we go. So the, yeah, we'll, that, I think that'll be fine. No. No, it won't be. So where did it go? That and that, that and that, that and that, that and that, that and that and that and that. Okay, so it's the one, this one. Okay. There we go. Now it's good. Back over the edge. That's fine. And now the one that's cut loose is the one that goes with the sweets cat. That's all I needed to know. Okay, this one could use a bit of adjustment. I think we're going to put it up by a 1/2 inch or a 1/4 inch, back up to that 45 inch or 4.5 inch opening, because it is a little bit larger cut to match up with the penguin, which is also a little bit larger cut. There we go, there we go. Doom. Doom. Good. Okay. Ooh, all right. Go. Go sewing machine, go. like, I want to go fast. All right. Just stepped on the pedal a little bit too hard. All right. Get this one underneath like this. Okay. And then the kitty cat tail. He's like, what? How dare you touch my tail? That is private property. Highly sensitive documents are hidden in my tail. Okay, 1 and 2. Oh, we're almost there. We're almost there, which means that I'm going to move the seam up here as well. This one will get top stitched with black because it'll look good with the penguins. Okay. 1/2 inch right there. 1/4 inch, not even a 1/2 inch, it's 1/4 inch. And right here, go up by a bit. Go up by a bit, go up by a bit, wrangle it up just a tiny bit. Doom, 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 doom. That's a way easier way to mark these, like, these amounts. I have to remember that in future. Okay, whatever. Good. Get it underneath for sewing. Whee! Off we go. Back we go. Pull. And then sew from the front. That's what I marked. Zoom. Okay. And then we got trim and trim. And then open and open and sew, 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 sew. Dun, 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 dun. These penguins look amazing. 1, 2, only 2 more. Yay! Okay. 2 more, 2 more, 2 more. Then we can go in and sew them together, together, together. So now the question is, should I warm up the iron and would that make my life easier? And the answer is probably yes. Damn it. Because it's like then I can just iron these open and they will stay open. I know the seam roller works pretty well, but the iron's going to work better. So as much as I don't really want to do that, I guess we will. Should I actually plug it? No, it's in Like, I should plug it in now because I'll be able to reach the cable because it's right here. It is not right here. And also, we will not do that because it's, like, surrounded by small box bags that we do not want to melt the zippers on. That would be an unpleasant experience for a lot of people involved here. That would cause tears, probably. I would probably cry and quit for the day completely. And there's still so much work to do. One, two, one, two, one, two. Two more. Oh, I'm excited. I'm also excited just to have these done and ready. So, like I said, I am very much a product person. Even for knitting, it's like I don't dislike this process of sewing. Obviously, I do a lot of it, and I don't hate it. But I much prefer when the thing is done. It's the same as knitting. I don't dislike knitting, but I'm not in it for the process. I'm in it for the thing at the end. And there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I could technically do that, but like we've got so much to iron that I may as well just step up and we'll swing the camera back around to the ironing board. It'll be an adventure. And then I'll figure out where I'm putting all the small box bags. Actually, they can go over here. On the desk over here. I like hearing about the wireless ones. To me, I'm like, how the heck would a wireless iron work? Although, honestly, the one that I've like been drooling over for the past while has been one of the gravity feed irons where you put the big canister of water overhead and then like it, yeah, that's the one that I've always daydreamed about. Plus, it's like a professional iron too, so. All right, last one to prep. Yay! We're nearly there. Nearly there. Doom 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 doom. Doom 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 doom. Don't need to clip it, just need to turn it. Don't need to clip it, just need to turn it. My God. I want shaka shaka chiki. Shaka shaka chiki is basically, it's a McDonald's thing in Japan. Basically, it's just a giant nugget, chicken nugget. Better than a chicken nugget though, because it's like actual chicken, not like. Here are all the bits that we had left over in our processing nugget. It's actual chicken. It's cheap. And the gimmick of it is that they'll give you a little packet that you throw in. So basically it's in a big like a fries bag kind of thing with a closure, a fold over thing. You dump in the packet and then you close it up and then you go shaka 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 shaka. And that's why it's called shaka shaka chiki. It was like one of the new menu items when I was there on exchanges everywhere, but it's really hard to find now. And it's like, oh, I just want shaka shaka chiki. I really want shaka shaka chiki. Oh well. All the food I'm going to eat when I'm in Japan is going to be insane. And I'm going to feel zero, not that I ever feel guilt about eating on vacation, but I'm really going to feel zero guilt about eating on vacation while we're there because hi, shaka shaka chiki, meat marathon. Not really. I'm gonna go in like, before the Kyoto Marathon, I'll definitely load up on like some couple big bowls of ramen, probably like that day we'll have 2 different sets of ramen because high delicious ramen and carbs. Carbs. Shaka shaka chiki. I Actually, I think I have video of me doing Shaka Shaka Chicky in November 22. So if I find it, I will, well, I know I do. And I don't think I've posted it. So I'll track it down and I'll post it, hopefully. All right, last exterior. I've done it. Woo! And then well, I've almost done it. We'll finish off this exterior and then we'll have done it. And then we will go iron all the things. Exactly, it's for the big ironing. To iron the quantities of stuff. And then we'll go in and do we will do the ironing. And then we will do the sewing of the things together. And then profit, right? No, kind of. Oh my goodness, the sun is gorgeous. I forgot how nice this fabric is in any bag that it'll make, because it's also one of those ones that's been around for a while, so it's like I'm on the last pieces of it. But like every time I make something out of it, I'm like, oh right, you are glorious. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Whee! We're done. Okay. I have to unclip the mic and then I'll turn everything around and we'll get the ironing board set up so that we can get these ironed and ready to sew the wedges on. Oh man. I don't know why, but I'm really sore after that run today, and it's like, I guess I pushed, but also at the same time, it's like, why am I so sore? Come on. Okay, 1 second. Where I'll just unclip here and I'll turn it around. Oh, I'm gonna move the small box bags before I bring you back on. Ooh, but then we can also iron this other small box bag that needs to be done. So, benefits. Pick all of these up so that they're on top of the tower instead of on the floor. And then I need the snips. And this stack of ones that are already done. Actually plugging the iron in is going to be extremely useful. And I will make myself less of a disembodied voice here in just a moment. Alright, first things first, we'll move the laptop. Whee! Oh, the mic cable is too short for this madness. Okay, I'm going to mute the mic. 1 moment. Are you perchance precariously balanced on a basket? 100%. Is it going to work? Also 100%. Okay. There we go. I'm going to manually zoom you back up here because you will have a better view that way. Apparently one of my enders and leaders got over here somehow. Surprise. Wonder how that got there. I don't actually know, but it's not actually a surprise that it's over here, to be honest. Okay, that sounded like it heated up, but we do need to put some water in the iron before we start. Yeah, so we will iron open the seams, then we'll do the wedges, and then we'll get to the turning and the handles. Actually, yeah, I think we'll get the majority of these bags done today, which is awesome. Where? Okay, no, it's about half full. Like, where is the water line? Because I thought it looked like it was like full, but not quite. There we go. Ready. Turn it up so that it actually does the steam proper, and then let's see. No, that's the actual spray button. Never mind. I don't want to. Did I spray the camera? No, we're good. It's just like. Okay. Oh, I need the snips for this to begin with. Okay. So snip these apart, lay them out in the fashion that they have been sewn, which is this square. And then we're going to start on the long edges, because then the mouth edge will fold the... I'm going to move this over a little bit so you're not... There. That's pretty much centered. Excellent. So yeah, we're going to iron down this edge. So finger press it open first. Right here. And then the mouth edge will fold over that edge so that it's like... Yeah, not interfering. Oh, that's a much nicer edge than just seam rolling it. Damn it. Why you gotta be this way? I'm really tempted to trim these edges right here, because I feel like that would actually help it as well. Let's see here. Yep. Okay, we're gonna do that too, because that little like hat is driving me nuts on these seams. Because it's like, open up this seam, and then it's not open on the end, and it's like, Oh, come on. Okay, fine. Or not, really. Okay, there we go. Zoom, 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 zoom. Haha. Yeah, that is better opened up, I think. It's also going to help it, like, remain open even when it's like when I'm stitching it and stuff, and even more so on the twill when we get to the twill. Okay, so apparently there will be 2 pinch points on these bags, and that's going to be A, marking out the actual seam, and B, this ironing. So good to know in future that this is where time has to be planned for these bags. I still think we're on track for mostly finishing. Well, we're at least going to get all this work done, which will be about half the work on the bags done. We might get it all done. We'll see, I guess, here in like a couple hours, basically. There. Yeah, that is way nicer of a seam opening than the seam ripper. Or it's not the seam ripper. Seam rippers make nice seam openers too. But this is a way nicer open than the seam roller. There we go. Okay, so that one is ready to go now. I am just going to throw these right onto the sewing desk because there's no point in putting them anywhere else. This one, it looks like it's good to go for like threads too, and I'm going to trim open these edges. I don't see any reason not to, right? So as long as I'm not trimming that seam line, we're good. And I am not trimming even close to it, so. Okay. Open up, open up, doom, 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 doom. Try not to crease the outer edge. Oh, good point. So try not to crease this edge is what you're talking about. Oh, that's going to be difficult. Okay. Maybe I do want to do this with a seam roller then. Eek. Is that what you're talking about? Don't crease the fold edge of the bag. And then go from the middle out. So like this. Oh, I see. Because then I can just nose the iron into there. Ah ha ha. Okay. Smart. Okay. Okay. Yep. Can do. You can see, yeah, that would actually impact the look of the bag at the end. Okay. I'm going to do this one first here so that that is actually set down. Except that that needs to be set here. There we go. And then it can be folded back like this. There we go. Less steam. I need to be able to see what the fuck I'm doing. Ah! There. And then... Okay, there we go. Doom. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, 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 doom. Clip. And clip and clip and okay. Doom 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 doom. Yeah, the plan was not like I didn't plan to get those creases out. So thank you for a heads up on that. Not something I would think of. Actually, I wonder if the easy press would be easier for this than even this. Because it's like, do I need the steam for it? Probably not. And this easy press would actually like get into these corners even better than the iron would. Be easier to like manipulate. Okay, those seam lines are practically overlapping, so I'm just going to take advantage of that and do the mouth fold over right at the same time as well. Ah, there we go. That's the way to do it. For me. Okay, and then... Nope. Aha! There we go. Hacked. I got it now. Okay, so that's going to go there, and that's going to go there. I'm going to finger press it down while it's still kind of hot in the middle there. Finger press from the sides here. That is an overlap of thread that shouldn't be there. There we go. Open up, open up, open up popcorn. There we go. Haha. Okay. I'll go in here, this direction. There. Doom. Oh boy. Okay. I don't know why I was like, I gotta get this flat, and then I'm gonna pick it up by the corner and trim the corners. I should have just trimmed the corners before being like, plunk. Okay. So we're gonna open up these long seams first. which apparently are cranky right now. It looks like cranky pants, cranky pants, cranky pants, cranky pants, cranky pants. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because we don't want that crease in there when we go to make it wedged. It'll look funky otherwise. There we go, that's better. I think I can turn that down one more tick for the steam, because it's like still pretty aggressive. Okay, press this open, press it open. A lovely, like, black hole void on the screen. Nyom, nyom, nyom. Okay, fold it down. Fold it out, fold it out. This should be behind a paywall. Feels like taking photos of small box bags, being like, please don't be too salacious, please don't be too salacious, please don't be too salacious. Damn it. I don't know why one side of that behave. Oh, that's because this flat edge didn't stay flat when I pressed it. Of course. Okay, so we're just gonna finger press that down while it's still warm. And we'll get this one kind of rolled back this way. There we go. There we go. There we go. You need to go this way. And then you need to go this way and back onto it. There we go. Good enough. We'll have a reckoning with it when we go to sew it. Right. Don't worry too much about it until I get these clipped. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't know why I slammed those down. They did not deserve it. Okay. Open up the seam, open up the seam, up the seam, open the seam. Actually, bum ba-dum 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 ba-dum. Turn. Open up. What, are you laughing at the fact that my fingers are that fucking close to the iron? Because yes, I am very aware right now. I honestly do think that the seam roller might actually be... I wonder if the seam roller would work better on here, to be honest. Let's see. And then we can just like tap it with the iron. Seam roller, seam roller, seam roll. Oh, fuck me. Of course it does. That is the best seam so far. Okay, so we'll start with the seam roller here then too. No, there's like... Nope, okay, we're good. I think that popped open. Yeah, we're good. There's like an overlap of stitches there, but it's all good now. Okay. Roll, 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 roll. Roll, 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 roll. Come here. Gonna press this open with the seam roller. Then we'll go in with the iron. Doom, 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 doom. I like how you can see like nothing. It's hard enough for me to see the seam line, and you guys are like, what are you even doing? I promise I am actually opening up the seams. I'll show it to you in a second here. Okay, there we go. So you're going to press this over here. There we go. And nose it up that direction. Turn. And nose it up that direction. So yeah, so what it's doing is it's like creating that opening there, that then this is the mouth of the actual bag that will sew together with the exterior, and it'll all be pretty afterwards. Not very pretty right now. It's actually kind of ugly right now. Ugliest stage of this bag. Bum bum bum. Okay. Right. Why I'm making it pretty, I'll never know, because we're just gonna go in and clip these. Clip these. Clip these. Usually I would just try and fudge this together, but honestly, I do think that this is a necessary step. Past Katie definitely would have fudged this together, so yay for current Katie, not fudging the work quite as much. Still do, obviously. Just not this one. Just not right now. Considering that I still haven't installed the straps on the traveler slings, because I was like, you know what, it's going to be easier to sew this together without it. And I can sew it in later. But that's what we're going to do. Chim chim chim. Dim da dum. Seam roll. Seam roll. Seam rolling. Seam rolling. Go. By the way, Wendy, if it's too much to watch, feel free to like leave. Obviously. She's out of office today. I'm on my own time. It's not like I'm getting stat pay anyway, so you know. Doom 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 doom. Okay, next time I do this, I'm bringing my earbuds down and we're doing an audiobook, because my goodness. Yay, thank you. I appreciate that. Doom, 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 doom. The seam is fighting. Get. Don't stop fighting. You're going to become a bag whether you like it or not. Good enough. Won't fold over for the seam roller. We'll get you with the iron instead. Ugh, apparently not even with the iron. Bum, 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 bum. It's all like squirrely. It'll be fine once it gets sewn, but it's going to be a beast to iron it out. There we go. Okay, good. Good enough. Good enough. We'll get it. It'll get its reckoning when we sew it. There we go. Phew. Okay. We are getting into the ones that were pieced all together, so that's kind of nice, at least. Ooh, that is a tight seam allowance on the one side. Oh well. It's sewing together. And there's still seam allowance on that side. Just tight. So we're all good. We're good. It's all good. We're fine. It'll survive. And we'll turn. Doom, 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 doom. Whatever I was just humming there was perfectly timed with the seam roller going back and forth. That's what I'm cackling about right now. 'Cause need to find the humor. Okay. Pop. Spread. Poof. Nose out. Turn. Nose out. Okay, there we go. Now this direction. How many of these did I say I had to do today? It's very tempting to just go back and sit down and do it with the seam roller, but I do think that the iron is doing a better job of making sure that's going to stay, so that then I don't have to fight it quite as much when we're sitting down to sew it. So it's like, do I like putting the little bit of extra time into getting it prepped is probably going to save me a significant amount of time. At least that's what I'm telling myself. But it'll save me a significant amount of time when I like actually sit down to sew these, right? Right. And if that is a lie I'm telling myself, at least it's a very well thought out lie. Should in theory work that way though. Come on, seam. Come on. Okay. First things first. Press here. Press here. And then I'm gonna see if I can just nose it out with the iron a little bit more. Maybe, no. Okay. But at least I don't have to worry about it, the mouth opening anymore. And we'll open it up on this side. And then while it's still a little bit warm and steamed, we'll try to open up this end. There we go. There's just too much fabric to do otherwise. Feels like it just also needs to be tightened up on top there. Ding. Excellent. Close enough. At least, and it's like, as long as it's mostly laying flat, I'm not going to worry about too much, because like that's going to be, this edge is going to get trimmed off, right? So, boom. Done. Done enough. Right. Clip all these corners. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're going to go down and we're going to make it a square again. These are the long edges, so we start there because then the top of the long edge gets folded under with the side edges in the mouth, so it's just nice and finished properly, or at least everything is contained. Also, then it doesn't disrupt the fold line of the opening, mostly. Okay, and then we'll lay these flat on top of each other. There we go. Excellent. Boom. Okay. There we go. And then turn. And go this way. Good. High stress. not really. A little bit. It's like, I always find having to like do the majority of the construction with an iron, or a good chunk of the construction with an iron, is like just a lot of work. So maybe not high stress, just like, oh man. Where a lot of the construction depends on the iron and your ironing abilities. It's just like, no. I'm going to actually put this way, and we're going to work this way. Right. I have this seam roller here for a reason. It's not just decoration. There we go. I see we've got quite a few viewers right now. If you're wondering what the heck is this woman doing, monologuing to herself as she's ironing, I am making bags from Japanese fabrics that I purchased in Kyoto and Tokyo. Mainly project bags for knitters, but I'm branching out into more handbags and wallets and accessories right now. And so that's kind of the category that this current make falls into, is more of a handbag category. Although it actually is a perfect crossover one, because it's just a nice, light handbag. Your phone can fit in it, a wallet can fit in it, but you 100% can also use it for, and I would encourage using it for, a project bag, because it's actually set up really well for that as well. Unintentionally. I wasn't actually thinking of this as a project bag. But it was one of those ones, I saw it when I was in, or I saw a version of this when I was in Kyoto in May of 2023. If you've been around for a while, you can zone out. I've told this story before. But I saw the shape, and then last October and November, I saw tutorials for how to actually make that shape of bag. And I'm like, there we go. They probably posted in August, because most of them called them a summer bag. And the photos I'm seeing of them are like, these are for like melons. So I think it's a lot of like, it's like kind of like a market bag for them idea, a fabric market bag idea. So we've gone through and I've done all the exterior and interior shape sewing, and now we're going in and opening up the seams, because the tutorial I follow says open up the seams, and it does make sense on the next step, because then it's like, it's just nice and ready to go. And then once we're done this, we'll go in and wedge everything so that it creates the actual shape of the bag. And then it's basically that. Turn it and shove the handle in it. If you would prefer, I will assemble it with the handle and the top stitching at the end. I will not lie though, I am bored. We've already done a lot of prep work for these, and now it's like, man, I just want to get them finished. Now, I will also hit that point with the small box bags next week for Knit City, where it's like, oh my goodness, when are these going to end? I haven't hit that point with these. I'm just like, I just want them to be done. I notoriously overcommit myself to making products for shows, and these are new products, so it's like I'm starting from zero, which means A, I have no experience sewing it in quantity, and B, I have zero quantity to even start from. So I jumped in with both feet off the deep end. Haven't sunk yet though, so that's good. Is the water up to like, am I feeling it against my nostrils? A little bit. I really love this fabric. So it's a Dobby fabric, so it's like got that slubby warp and weft, and it's just like really nice. It's going to be a nice light bag. And like the colors of it with the bunnies and the sakura being like, so the bunnies are white and then the sakura are really deep pink, which is like my favorite pink. And then the blue of it also just like coordinates so nicely. There should be my brother-in-law here for the AC, but Dallas is home so he can deal with it. Wahaha. Fighting, fighting, fighting. Just add the opening, nowhere else. Okay. Open up, open up, open up. Yes, excellent. Okay. Doom, 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 doom. Open, open, open. Doom, 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 doom. Open the seam. Open the seam. Okay, because it's a thinner fabric, it's like, heh heh, the seam roller doesn't work on me. Deal with it. Okay, so I'll open up the side seams and then I'll go in with the iron to get everything else kind of like placed correctly. Oh no, yeah, no, just, it's like, heh 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 heh. Cackle. I'm going to cackle at you as you struggle. Ugh. Okay. Steam. Don't need steam burns. Don't need steam burns. Really, really don't need steam burns. I should have kept this work for going upstairs. Oh well. Actually, no, that's a bad idea. I was like, wait, no. Kids and the iron are not a good mix. Never mind. I can make it work when I need to, but I don't need to make it work today, so. I am leaning towards I will very likely take the small box bags up to clip at least, though, because realistically cutting the twill is going to only take so long, so then I can like have it started clipping at least as well. Because if I can start sewing those for Omatsuri, I will. I'm not going to make it a priority, but the more they are also finished before Knit City prep next week, the better as well. Because like, well yeah, the more prep the better. Because then if we can just go in and sew everything, I will be extremely happy. Because the small box bags still have like 2 really big pinch points in terms of construction. One being that I need to go through and clip all the twill in, and the other being that I need to go through and box all the edges. That's actually going to be the biggest slowdown point. So if I start on one of those slowdown points today, then we're good. Or at least it's better. And again, it's one of those things that's like extremely riveting to watch. No, it's not. So it's like I don't feel bad if I don't do it on stream. It's also just a good one to like transport upstairs. And since it's not pins, I don't have to worry about the kids in it as much either. So win, 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 win. Seam roller, seam roller, seam roller, seam roller. That folded over and we don't want it to do that. Don't want it to do that. Just want to open up the seams, open up the seams, open up the seams. Doom, 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 doom. Fold over, please. Fold over, please. Ha 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 ha. Oh, there's the sneaky way to do it. Okay. That's how I'll do it next time. Because then it has to be pressed this direction. If I just kind of press it. Yeah. Good. Cool. I like discovering hacks. And that'll probably work on the exterior as well. Clip. 1, 2. I feel like I need to put some more steam or some more water in the iron here. Still have another half bottle. We're definitely nowhere near halfway through all of these. That's okay. We'll get there. Okay, I'm going to start by opening this section of the seam up that this is going to lay on, apparently. Actually, is it? Yeah. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, 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 doom. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. Open up, open up. Okay, and then that goes... Okay, it's just the wind outside. I don't know why that sounded weird, but I think it must be the neighbor's greenhouse thing. And it's like plastic flapping in the wind. I don't have the windows open down here very much, especially this time of year, so... Zoom, zoom, zoom. 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 There we go. Oh, shoot. Thank you for the reminder on that one, too. We got to do all the snaps on the traveler slings, don't we? Ooh, and I got to trim up a bunch of, like, leather pieces for the mini traveler slings. The, Thankfully, the small box bags do not involve any leather because they were developed far before I was considering doing any leather work. Okay, I'm going to actually pop iron on right there to kind of hopefully start the press open there. Spread, please. And down. And then, yeah, this iron definitely needs some more water. It's like, I am dry. I have no more steam. Doom, 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 doom. Okay. Okay, so if I do this, and this, and this, and then nose it out. Oh my goodness, that is a way easier way to open this up, this seam up. I don't know why, but I'll take it. Okay. This, oh, okay, never mind. It does have a lot of water. It's just, I need to turn the steam amount up, apparently. Okay, whatever. Sure. Okay, so I think we're into the ones now. So this will be with that one, though. Okay, we're into the ones that we started chain piecing now. So, yay! Hurrah! Snip. 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 Yeah, the leather for the Kato takes a really long time. But yeah, all these bags have a slow down point, and apparently this ironing is going to be the slow down point on this one. So these first 3 steps, the sewing is definitely the fastest, of course. And then it's like, and then the probably, do you know what? Honestly, the sewing is probably always the fastest for any of these bags. It's like, it's all the prep work that takes all of the time. Which I think I've talked about this before, but that's kind of true of any craft, right? It's like, it's always the prep work that like slows you down. Now, yes, this is construction prep work, but it's still, I would count this in the realm of prep work versus actual sewing or actual construction. Okay. Oh well. All of it is forward, all of it is forward. This twill stinks to iron. Gross. Can I cheat it? Can I just... No. No, without using up all of my steam. Oh, sorry, I keep going like off the edge here. Let me move this over a little bit. Okay, still happier with how that's coming out though. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. All right, next. The inari. Okay. The pile on the sewing table is growing, so that's at least good. This one is going to not work with the seam roller because it's just too thin. So we're just going to ignore the seam roller completely and just go straight into ironing the fabric. Okay, so it's this seam first. Long seams first. Long seams first. I am still gonna like finger press it open. It's just that like it, yeah, this really fought the seam roller on that bunny one, so I'm just whatever. There we go. Okay, so let's open these up right in the middle first. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Behave, please. Doom. There we go. Good. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Open up. Open up. Open up. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, that did actually work just as well, if not better, than the seam ripper, at least on the dobby. Alright. Good. Now we'll do the mouth opening. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Do, 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 do. Yeah, sweet. And then this side. It's like, whee. Yeah, did it. 1 and 2. Next set of bags. Next set of bags. Actually, that's what it is too. It's like, I've talked about this difference too, is it's like when you're doing the small box bags, everything gets sewn together at once, so you only really have to do one bag. Whereas with this sort of thing where you have, this isn't even really a drop-in lining, but the lining is sewn separately, you end up basically making 2 bags before you get 1 bag, because like that's what it is with the kato, is you have to sew 1 bag and then basically put that bag into another bag. And it's like, oh, that's why it takes so long. Because like with the small box bag, I just iron the stuff all together, and like that's it. This is like you gotta iron both pieces separately. So basically you're constructing 2 bags. And I always forget about that sort of thing when I'm like in my head timing, because it's like, oh yeah, yeah. Other thing is that these individually don't take that long, but again, when you're in production sewing mode and around like 25 to 30 bags, it's going to take a while, and it's just like, why do I overcommit myself? Like, there's no one to blame but myself. And I'm not trying to blame anyone but myself, but seriously. Why do I do this every time? And I would say that this year, it's like one of those cases of like, well, I didn't sew a lot over the winter. But I can't even say that I didn't sew that much over the winter, but because it's like, we have been doing nothing but sewing, pretty much. Like, have I actually I haven't taken really a lot of days off when it's been me at home by myself. Right? Because I took like the end of May off. Oh no, that was basically it. Oh, this one's already open on the corners because it's stitched there. Because yes, granted, in the past it's been because it's like I haven't done a lot of sewing over the winter. It's like, I gotta get ready for Knit City. But like we have been working consistently for at least since March. And even before that I was as well. So it's like, it's not that this year. Oh well. It's a good gripe to have. It means it's been busy and things have been moving out of the house, which is amazing. Yes. Fabric money. Fabric money. I want to go back to Japan. Please. I want to go back to Japan to buy obi and kimono and to film a bunch of content for everyone that I will actually edit and post versus doing live streams. It will actually be videos. I'm super excited to film in Nomura again because I think that's going to be a lot of fun. It is small. So these are all working within the cuts that I had already done of the fabric. And so yeah, it does look small. That's why the twill was cut to the bag instead of a standardized size. Open up. Thank you. Okay. One more time. I don't know why those aren't aligned better, but okay. Go off. Oh, there we go. That's why. Because it just needs to be shuffled. But hey, it's a cat bag, so here we go. Here's some, it doesn't sell at Knit City. Here's some stock for the Calgary Cat Festival. Woo, we did it. Actually, I think I have a Glenda cutout in this fabric now that I think of it. Should take a look at some of the purses that were like, I cut out in the last round of handbags that I was going to make. Ooh, what is going on here? Okay, we will flatten that as best as we can, but that makes sense because it's got a seam on the bottom. Okay. There. Yeah, I should actually take a look at the handbags that are like still waiting to be made. Yes, I still have work in progress bins, but we do have a lot already processed out of those work in progress bins. But those are the ones I'm thinking of have been out in timeout for a very long time. Like 6 years at this point. 5 to 6 years. It's okay. I'll get to them when I get to them at this point, I guess. Okay. I think we are approaching the halfway point at least. Yay! Fireworks. But yes. Oh, not the Sheena, but these are Glendas. And actually, I do like the Glenda because it's pretty. It's like, it's really pretty with the obi. And it's a, like, divided bag. So it's got a zip in it, or a zipper pouch in it. And then it's, actually, I do, never mind, you're right. I do have Sheena's cut too, I just realized. But I gotta go in and, like, they're cut. They'll be absolutely spectacular, but my God, they need the fusible interfacing on them. Because this was before I was working with fusible interfacing, so I was using sewing interfacing. It worked perfectly fine, but now that I've done them with the fusible interfacing, it's like I cannot look back from this. Actually, that's a good point. I need to test out the fusible interfacing roll that I just got, because one is open and I want to make sure it's the right weight because I'm right on the edge of the return period for the second roll, because I did buy 2 rolls because I was like, do you know what, I'm not messing around with this. We're just going to like buy 2 rolls and then I should be set for like another year. Maybe not. Maybe I'll be set for 6 months again. Let's hope that I'm set for 6 months again, because that would be actually fucking amazing. So cool if that were the case. These would be really pretty in the obi. Really, really, really pretty in the obi. Anyway, but the Glenda, we'll go back to that. The Glenda is a flap purse. So basically a barrel body almost, and then it's got a zippered pocket in the middle of it. It's really nice construction. It's got like half moon kind of panels on the side. And then, and that's what like connects to the zipper pouch. So it's divided in the middle. Yeah, she's a really nice bag. She's actually by the same pattern designer that did the Sheena. She's just a lot easier to sew because the only curve, well, she's moderately easier to sew because there is no zipper set into a curve, whereas but the side panels are the difficult part of her because they're like a really tight curve on the like just a really tight curve to set into the thing. But I think with my like all the ones that I've been finishing recently, were ones that were cut back then as well. And again, that has like my skill in cutting and my understanding of like cutting has improved vastly as well. So I think it's just going to be everything's just going to be better. That's what I'm going to believe. Oh, shoot. Forgot to take my meds this morning, and I literally just remembered. So for when I'm going for my run in the morning, I don't usually take my meds because it's like, okay, eat the carbs. I still have medication in my system from the night before. And then take the meds with like a snack when I get home, but I forgot to do that today. Oh well. It'll all be fine. I'll take my meds tonight. Sucks, but it's not like end of the world stuff. Would explain why I keep craving sweet things today probably though, so. Haha. And now I'm curious where I'm at because it feels like I'm low, but that would not be right. It could be high though. Not bad. Could be worse. Could be worse. Well, yeah, not bad considering that I forgot them. Not amazing. Not terrible. Okay. Fold this over in the middle because, yeah, pressing that first has been really helpful to like open up the rest of these seams. There we go. Okay. Nose it open, nose it open, nose it open. Nope. Ooh, that's because that is a really tiny seam allowance right at the beginning there. There's a lot of back stitching there for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, there we go. Zip. Good. Behaved itself on that second one. There we go. And why I'm not completely freaking out about the medication either is the fact that it's like you heard that. That was a motorbike out on the highway. Rude. Anyway, the stuff and words. Stuff and words. I think this is the one that this matches with. Well, I'm not too worried about the meds because the one that I take at night is like a modified release, so it continues throughout the day. And then the one I take in the morning is like a short acting, like just for the day sort of one, so it's not a big deal. Well, I can't skip it regularly, but the once in a while forgetting is okay. It's forgivable. Sheena, Sheena. Actually, I've got some really nice stiffer canvas that the Sheena would look really good in, and it's got kitty cats all over it. I haven't touched it. It's definitely a canvas. It would be a good one for the traveler sling, actually, the larger one, because the format of the print is quite scattered, so it's quite large. It's one of those ones that I bought and I'm like, yes! And then I never did anything with, so that would actually be a good way to use some of it. Ooh, actually, that one would be a good one to use for a lining for cat totes that are like luxe tote bags. So the top is open and then you've got this kitty cat canvas on the interior. Yes, I like that idea. I think I actually like that idea better. I like both ideas. And it would also look fucking amazing as a kato too. So it was just waiting for the right time for me to like clue into what it wanted to grow up to be. Sometimes there's fabrics like that. It's like, this is a really good fabric, but it needs something else. Good. No big deal. I didn't do anything. I just gasped because I wanted drama because I had a good idea. It was a drama gasp, not an actual like injury gasp. Except the steam right there. But yay, meds. Make sure you take your meds. Make sure you take the meds. They're important. There we go. Okay. I think we're actually over the halfway point. Looking at what's on the sewing table and like where we're at for these guys, I think we're at the halfway. Yes, more new bags coming after whatever else we're going to do. I do think we should do the cat head coin pouches for the cat festival. I think that's too perfect to pass up. And actually then maybe we should also do the... Ooh, that's what would be cute with those little kitty cats. Instead of... Okay, so you know the cats that I was doing that were like getting embroidered. We got a bunch of the cats that are embroidered. And I didn't do this correctly this round. But what would actually look really good is like do the applique, do the embroidery, which wasn't bad. It could use some practice and like finessing, but whatever. It doesn't look bad. And then the cats are there. And then I adhere them to coasters. I think that might look really good. And like they just end up being, so basically they just go onto the felt back because it's a really stiff felt. Yes, and then it's just all these little scrappy applique cats on these coasters. That would look friggin' adorable. Because I'm like, I've been wanting to do coasters, but I'm like, I don't have like just cat fabrics for coasters. But I do have just cat shapes. That would be really good. And yeah, so I can't do it with this round because they're already adhered to it. And what I would want to do is I'd have to cut out like squares and then put them onto the squares. That's fine. We'll chalk up the ones that I've currently done as an experiment gone wrong, and that's fine because better an experiment gone wrong than no new ideas. But yeah, the little scrappy applique cat in the middle of a coaster. Because I'm like, coasters would be fun. Now I don't think that will be something that gets ready for Cat Festival, but at some point in future, I need to write that down. Where's the phone? The phone is here. We'll put it in a note and then it's like I'm less likely to forget. Okay, so we need cat, scrappy, cat, applique, coasters. Honestly, scrappy cat, not even scrappy like, so these would be the scrappy patchwork ones. But I do those cuts on the Cricut for the little canvas bags and stuff like that, and that would be really cute on a coaster too if I sized it down a little bit. That would also be a little bit, I'm like, that would be a fast project. It would not be a fast project, but it would be a less labor intensive project in some ways because the Cricut would do a lot of the work for me. All right, new ideas incoming. This is one of the nice things about, I guess, the tedious parts of it is like my brain ticks along and then makes up new tasks for me. But like, if I don't have this like mental downtime, you don't get to like just play with ideas in the back of your head. Now, these ideas may not ever come to anything, but I think they would be really like, it's worth trying. There we go. That's worth a try, at least. And yeah, because the felt is wool, and then it'd be a nice thick coaster too. So, like, and I wouldn't sew it onto the wool because it's like I could just use a double-sided interfacing. And all would be well. Yeah. I like it. I really like that, actually. That would make good Christmas gifts. Like, really good Christmas gifts. I'm thinking for even, like, our family. Because we figured out what we're going to get the guys for Christmas to help Santa. But that would be a really good way to help Santa as well. Could do dog ones too, actually. Because I don't have a lot of, like, dog cutouts. But that would be fun. Because I'm just thinking my brother-in-law isn't a big cat person, but they're a bigger dog person. Or just paw prints. Paw prints are pretty generic. Dogs obviously have little claw marks, but there's no way you'd be able to cut that out on the Cricut and, like, have it survive, especially at that size. Dun, dun, dun. Excellent. All right. Apparently today is the day of brainstorming. Brainstorming. Okay, so the little cat canvas into luxe tote bags. Actually, the cool one to do with that would be to, like, do the I've got 2 colorways of it. So do the exterior in one colorway, and then do the interior in the other colorway, and then do an inverse of it. That would be a lot of fun. And then a nice, like, brown leather handle, because that's what the luxe tote bags get. That's the difference between the tote bags and the luxe tote, is that you get a set of leather handles and rivets and pockets and all of that. So that would look really good. I haven't done any of the luxe tote bags for a little bit. They've actually sold decently well if I kept up production of them. They just aren't something that sells as fast as some of the other, even other, like, handbags and stuff like that. So I did actually sell one of the large Heidi's. I sold the Vase large Heidi at the pancake breakfast. So that was pretty cool. So from someone who's bought a lot of other bags, and then it caught her attention. I was like, yes, that's exactly why I need to, like, diversify what's coming. Yeah, they look really good. But yeah, I should do a little bit of a restock on those. And then that's where we could use some of the Japanese fabric, because I usually put card slots in them. And the Japanese fabrics that aren't getting used as fast or aren't as popular could be the, like, card slots and pockets and stuff like that. Even with the cat fabric. Polar bear pockets, it would totally pop really nicely. So. Alright, I'm going to do a count. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, sweet. We're actually further than I thought. 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yay! That's not bad at all. Okay, so we were well over halfway compared to where we started. Caffeinate. Doom, 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 doom. Okay, there we go. And here as well. There we go. Zoom. Doom, 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 doom. Okay. Now the middle. Doom, 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 doom. Sorry. The humming might be a bit much. Okay. Fold out, fold up, fold down, fold up. Press, press, press. Shoom. Go one way or another. Okay. Sakura. Did I cut the... Yeah, I already cut the corners on this one. Excellent. Nice. Very little seam allowance here. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Excellent. And once we're done this one, we're down into single digits. Yay! Nice finger press there. Little finger press over here, like that. Fold up, fold down. Doom, 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 doom. There we go. And then turn. Do it this way as well. One up, one down. Excellent. Oh boy. Okay. Big stretches. Time for a stretch break. And then we'll get in and finish off the last, 9? Oh man. I don't know what happened, if it was like the bike, if it actually was the bike ride or what, but my shoulders are still really sore. I probably am sleeping in the bed weird or something right now. The kids are getting very large to be in the bed, although actually the youngest is sleeping through I'm gonna put it at 90% of the time right now, and then they'll come in for a good morning cuddle basically when they wake up. She's usually not until 6 or 6:30, so I can't complain too much about that, because that's usually when we should be, at least when we're doing school, that's when we need to be starting our day anyway. So that's pretty good. And if they come in earlier than that, then they're going to sleep anyway. The eldest still likes to crawl into bed for the majority of the night. They've only slept through probably could count on the 2 hands how many times they've actually slept through the full night. But, well, in their own bed. There we go. There's the caveat. Oh, right. We need to look for cots for this trip. Because, we can stay with Dallas's family, but they've got a cabin in their backyard, which is really nice. Love it. But the bed in it, I think, is a double or a queen. It's smaller. It was hard enough last time we stayed with them to fit. So we wanted to get them some cots, so they can we can just unfold these cots for them to sleep on in, and then hopefully they just sleep through in the cots since we're all in the same room. That's usually not how it goes though, even with hotel room beds. So, but at least we'll have enough room for the majority of the night, hopefully. And actually, the youngest wasn't sleeping through this much when we were down in Florida in January. So it's actually very likely that they might still just sleep through at about the same rate. That would be nice. and then just come in for like wake up cuddles. Because one child in that bed would be far more manageable than two. Or then maybe we'll make sure it's big enough for like a single adult, and then one of us can get out of the main bed and get into the cot instead. Probably be more comfortable. Yeah, and then we'll just take their comforters out. Should actually text Alice that. Actually, it doesn't matter because I'll probably look for them on Facebook Marketplace. So that is usually just finding the deals. And there can be a lot of good deals on Facebook Marketplace, so yeah. Although I think the best one was, we'd had a floor bed for the eldest for probably about 10 months. Yeah, probably about 10 months, just under a year-ish, because they were like not sleeping in their bed at all. Like just, it was not happening. Our youngest actually still really likes their crib. It's basically a toddler bed now. So it's got like just the guardrail. And they really like it. So they don't need the floor bed yet. But our eldest was like maybe an hour in the crib. And then they were like, I'm done. Whereas now or at least with the floor bed, they were getting like an average of 3 to 4 hours per night. And then it was like, I was just like, it is time to get this child a bed frame because I don't want the floor to go moldy under the mattress. There was no box spring under it. So, and it's like such a pain in the ass to make this bed when you wash the sheets because it's sitting on the floor. And I was like, okay, I wanted a very specific style of bed. So let's take a look on like Marketplace, and lo and behold, a bed exactly the style I wanted had just come up for sale, and they were literally like 2 blocks this way from me. Not even like, yeah, there's one set of houses across from me, and then they were the laned houses, like, so there's one set of houses, laned houses, and they were in the laned houses across from that. I was like, whoa, you could not get closer. No, it is an IKEA frame, but whatever. It's not like they're like rattling the bed frame that much. This child is like 40 pounds, not even yet. Maybe 40 pounds soaking wet. But they are sleeping far better with it off the floor again as well. So, yay. And probably a little bit more than I would normally pay for like stuff off of Marketplace. But I was like, it was too perfect of timing to like ignore. So, done. Even suits the colors that we kind of want to go for in their room later on too. So, too perfect all around. And clothes. My God. Like, yeah. We've discussed this before. Clothing children is expensive. Whether you make it or like when you actually factor in your time and the materials and everything like that. Especially materials now. It gets really expensive. And, yeah, Marketplace has been like a blessing for all sorts of like secondhand hand-me-down clothes. It's just like, oh, thank goodness. Now I do regularly like supplement with new stuff, but it's mostly because that's a tide over for like getting ugh. Oh, a tide over, and then I'm able to look for secondhand clothing. And I find it is better, or it's easier for me, at least on Marketplace, than like going to like a secondhand kids store, because it's like usually it's cheaper. And I don't have to like go through a whole store and pick stuff out. Yes, it's a labor of love. And like if you're looking for something extremely specific, it makes sense. So like I made stuff for Santa's workshop at Christmas time last year, and like because it was something that like you couldn't find in stores. So that was the thing. And like I've got fabric to make more things this year because I'm not gonna be able to find what I want in stores either. So like that sort of thing, awesome. Terry cloth shorts, nah, not worth it. Clothing from Japanese fabrics, 100%. I'm actually going to pick up more for the kids next time. Although I have some raspberry fabric from the last time I went because it is not for stock. It's for personal use because when we went, we had a family trip to Disney planned for a while for our niece's like grad, and I got pregnant, or I found out I was pregnant right before we left, sort of thing, like a month earlier. No, a couple weeks earlier. And of course we had to like do the announcement down there because I wasn't going to do the rides or drink or anything like that. And it's kind of suspicious if I didn't like consume some alcohol at that time or do any of the rides. So it was like, the joke was because they were so young and so small, the size of them this was the eldest. The size of them was like the size of a raspberry, I think. That's how small they were still. Thinking about it now, I probably could have ridden the rides and stuff like that because it's not like the placenta was even attached, because that's the biggest concern. But at the time, it had taken us long enough to get pregnant that I was like, nope, we're not messing with this. It didn't feel the best, actually, anyway. Didn't feel terrible, but I didn't feel amazing. It was that, like, weird early first pregnancy, like, body shift that really got me with the first one. But anyway, so they were the size of a raspberry, and it was like, even going in the pool made the pool feel colder than normal and stuff like that. Like my temperature must have been like higher than normal because of the pregnancy. And so we, the nickname for them at that time was that they were the demanding raspberry. Because like there were so many things that it was just like, well, this is different and like not going to happen. So I got raspberry fabric to make them something. I don't know what yet. I think maybe just a simple tank would be fun. They've just had a growth spurt, the eldest. Actually, the youngest has too. They're now like a ½ inch taller than the eldest. They were matched for a while, and then I looked at them yesterday, day before, and I was like, you have grown because you're taller now. And yeah, they had grown like a ½ inch in like 4 weeks or something like that. Less than 4 weeks. Oh, they were like, so they were 38 inches in January. I think we'd measured them Christmas Eve or something like that. So we measured them pre-going to Disney. So they were 38 inches in January, for sure, because they were able to do all the 38-inch rides. And now they're like 40 or above. Which is just like, holy crow, kids. They've hit the next ride line at Disney, which is super exciting at least. It's a good reminder, though, that I need to pick out the ribbing on the sweater I was knitting the youngest and add some length, because it was on the edge of not going to fit when I was finishing the sleeves in April, and now it's really not going to fit because they've grown at least 1 inch since their birthdays in May, which is when we measured them last. Oh boy. Okay. I think I started knitting for them though, because like they will go through growth spurts now, but I think they're done the major like extensive fast growing that both of them did in the first couple of years, so that's nice at least. I actually didn't knit them a lot. Well, I didn't have enough time and like free hands to knit them a lot in the last few years, but definitely the eldest has slowed down, and I think the youngest is slowing down, although I don't know now. I'm going to say they've slowed down because I want to start putting them in knit goods. So That's probably going to be the main thing that I buy. Oh my god, yeah. Well, and that's what I did too. So that really good deal on the pants at Costco, I bought, because, well, and they didn't go below these sizes anyway. So it was like, all right, well, that's what I'm going to get. It was like size 5 and size 6. They're way too big for either of them. But I'm like, okay, we'll just keep them in the closet until you can, like, kind of fit them. Jesus. That is a lot of growth every summer. I get why people are like, we got to go out and do the whole, like, buy new clothes for school, though. Because it's like, if your kid's growing that much over the summer, yeah, you're going to need, like, because everything, I guess it depends. Like, you might be able to get away with all the old tops if they didn't grow a lot in the torso. But if they've grown a lot in the torso and the legs, you're just kind of hooped on both counts. Because the eldest, for the longest time, I have this issue too, is that our the torso is really long, and so then you have the issue of, like, the sleeves don't fit properly either, even if around the body it fits. A little bit less of a worry in kids' clothes, but still something to be aware of. But now they're growing in the legs. It's like, damn it. Just choose one or the other. Don't grow in both legs and torso. One at a time. Actually, no. I guess do it all at once, and then don't grow spurt for a little bit. Stop growing. No, I don't want them to stop growing. That would be sad. And very concerning. But yeah, we're going to have to... It's, a lot of the stuff that the eldest was able to fit is, like, buried in the bottom of the... I don't hang anything anymore for their clothes. I'm just like, let's just pile it in the drawers so that eventually it gets out of the hallway. There's a large pile of laundry in the hallway right now, but oh well. It won't take that long to sort because it's mostly kids' clothes. That's what I'm telling myself, and that's why it's not happening. But yeah, I gotta pull the eldest's drawer apart and, like, reassess all the clothing that's in there, because, like, there's some 3T and stuff in there and things, and that's just, like, it's not going to fit in the winter. Although at the same time, maybe some of the tops and stuff will be better suited, because as long as they fit in the torso, it's good, because they at school they don't like having their sleeves down past a certain point because they get wet when they're in the, like, water tables and sensory bins. So, well, I guess it'll be assessment and try on time to see what we're actually fitting right now. Yeah, they do get gangly and look funny. I remember that stage. Weird. That is really interesting. I wonder if it was something about, like, the sun and everything like that, and just, like, less stress not being in school or something. That is funny that she would grow slower in the winter, or if it's just, like, a natural tick down, like I think we all have that, right? Of, like, it is time to semi-hibernate. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I'm like, really going to, I want to get them a back to school outfit, so I guess we'll see what size they're in 2 weeks. God. We might already have the pants. Yes, and that's what I have heard about a lot of kids, and that's the same with these guys. They, like, what they do, though, is they'll get the big grow belly, and then suddenly I'll look up and it'll be gone. And it's like, okay, and then you'll like put them against the growth chart, and it's like, yeah, you've grown X, Y, Z, however much you've grown. And it is mostly in height, because the eldest is, I think, still the same, like, well, okay, I think they've gained about an inch on their chest since Christmas total, but I don't expect that to be, like, well, and here's the thing, I'm not worried about the chest width or diameter for the sweater either. I'm just worried about the length of the sleeves. So maybe before I do the calligraphy cardigan for me, I should actually finish that cardigan or that sweater for the youngest. Then I could cast on the eldest sweater, and that could actually be some really good knitting on the drive out to Victoria, because that is all I plan to do. Probably could actually get the sweater for the youngest and the eldest done on that trip. Although it'd also be kind of fun to take the calligraphy out there, because I've bought the yarn for both calligraphy cardigans out there. Not that it'll be done. It's also going to just be the end of September, so it's probably going to be pretty warm. Bum, bum, bum. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to have to actually, that's a good point. I will have to do a measurement around their chests and just update everything to make sure that I've got the correct length, or correct diameters and lengths. And then I don't have to just rip out the whole sweater and redo it. Because, of course, that is a possibility as well. Prefer not to think I have to do that, but it might need to happen. And since I'm already going to have to rip out the ribbing, I think what I'll do is I will knit it too long and then figure out a way to actually, like, tack up the excess, because then they can wear it for a few more months. Hopefully they get, like, I would like a year worth of wear to a year and a half. I also knew I wasn't, like, I thought I would get it done in the spring, but I was like, it will not surprise me if this doesn't get done till the fall. So it'll probably need extra length. And here we are, coming up on the fall. This twill really smells. And what it smells like is like Disney water in Florida. Slightly sulfuric. It must be the setting agent for the dye or something like that, because I don't think I've ever smelled a fabric smell like this. Or ever encountered a fabric that smells like this. Yeah, actually they must not, no, they haven't gained a lot of size in their chests, because the clothes that I've sewed them at Christmas are fine. They still fit actually really well. And the youngest's fits better than it did at Christmas, because I did intentionally, basically if I was like in between sizes, I sized everything up except the sleeves, I think. I did a mock-up in a wearable muslin, so basically a not expensive fabric, or less expensive fabric. And, which I never finished, so they've never actually worn them, which fail on my part. What hung me up on those? I know the one, it was the hem, but that one didn't fit very well. Needed a lot of adjustment, but they could have been wearing it. Damn it. I don't even know where they went anymore now. Okay, so with the wearable muslins, make sure I finish them right away. Ooh, actually that's what I could do for them for, I'm like, no, that's a better summer project. I was like, I could actually make them a shirt for school. I don't really want to do like long sleeves, and the one that I have doesn't, the fabric that popped into my head for the eldest, I don't have enough. I was intending to make a tank top, so that's better for next year. Make it for their birthday or something. And it's like, I could buy fabric out in Victoria, but there's definitely not enough time between when we get back and when their first day of school will be, because the first day of school will be on the Wednesday. There's not enough time for me to, like, I think we're coming home on the Tuesday just so we avoid the Monday Labor Day traffic. So that is not enough turnaround time to sew them a shirt. At least I'm not, like, I overcommit myself, but I am somewhat sane about it some days. I do realize that I cannot sew a full 2 shirts the night after a 12-hour drive. 14-hour drive, depending on how many stops we make. 4 more. 4 more! Oh, and a small box bag. Because, you know, there's always the one left behind. Doom, 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 doom. I just realized, oh no, if I'm going to clip the stuff in, I have to take the box bags up. I'm like, wait, I can just take the handles up and we can match up the twill with the handle. But yeah, if I want to clip it in, then no, I got to take the box bags up with me. Great. All right, never mind. Did I actually write down the coasters idea, or did I forget about it? No, I did. Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm glad I did that. Alright, this way actually worked better for the week. Steam. Steam is hot. Steam is hot. Hot, hot, hot. Come on, twill. Cooperate. I don't think you're here for this, Andrea, but I found out that... So, I knew that TELUS Convention Center had a material handling agreement. So basically, if you are a vendor there, they have to unload your vehicle. I was very worried because I was like, well, is this going to cost us extra? And if it does, is it going to cost us? How much is it going to cost us? Because I could find no numbers for the information on what it was going to cost us. But it is not. So that means that luxuries of luxuries for this show, we don't have to unload or load the truck when we get to the TELUS Convention Center, which is glorious because that is a lot of energy. Oh, there's 4 more. Okay, I lied. One was hiding. Yeah, it's a lot of energy that we will save. It's gonna be so nice. So basically, they'll unload the truck, they haul it into the convention center, and then we go park, and then we go up and set up the booth, which is yes. And because I'm sponsoring and I have seniority for both vending and sponsoring, I'll be a little bit higher up on the Merino tier list, which will also be nice. So yeah. Clip, clip, clip. Fabric fuzz. What am I doing blocking the light? Why am I not working on that side? That is going to make my job easier, and I know I only have 4 bags left, but I'm going to step on the other side. Oh, this is so dumb. Okay. I'm going to push you a little bit. Welcome to my mess. Not like you couldn't really see it before, but, definitely see it now. Okay. Mic off and on to the cable for just a moment. Well, I guess actually I don't have to, move the camera too much. I just got to go on the other side and move the laptop. Ugh. Ball that I technically stole. So there's a little bit of a story behind that. I was driving home from something last year. I can't remember what, but there was a ball in the middle of the road, and I'm like, oh, that looks like our ball. That because we've got strong enough winds that it's totally possible that it could have blown out of our yard and down the street. Because we, just where it was placed. Anyway, just realized that this would actually be better over back on that tower probably, but what we're going to do instead, we'll just move the basket. It's still kind of talking to the face camera more than not. There we go. Anyway, so I picked it up and I posted it to the, alright, and no, I picked it up thinking it was ours. Whatever, not a big deal. It's the same. We had the same color ball in the yard, blah, 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 blah. And then I got home, because I also, I had to actually come home and I was like, okay, is this green ball in our house? Because like the kids had been playing with it both inside and outside, indoor outdoor ball, and I couldn't see it, so I went and trotted down the road to go pick it up, and then after I picked it up, came home, realized that no, we still actually did have our green and blue ball that this was the copy of. So I posted it to the community group for Facebook, and no one responded. So I'm like, okay, well, it's our ball now. So our contraband ball. Long story short, that is how I have a stolen ball, accidentally. But like, it was windy enough that it's also like, if I didn't pick this up, if I didn't pick it up, it was going to be littering. Well, it already was littering. Yes, they do take it right to our booth area. It's so nice. So they unpack it. They must have like dollies, because we're not allowed to use any dollies. Because if you're going, it's even like, if you are going to hand carry anything in, you are not allowed to use dollies in the, whoa, that was a big thunder clap. Yeah, you're not allowed to like use dollies in the elevators or anything like that. So that's like interesting. There are 4 loading docks, which is glorious compared to P&E in Vancouver, which is like 1. Just 1. Yeah, so it's going to be luxurious. But yeah, so they'll load it up onto, I'm assuming they load it up onto like a cart of their own, and then they'll trundle it into the hall on this cart. Now the only thing I gotta figure out is like, I don't think I need to, but I'm wondering if it would be better for me to like pack it a certain way. So normally I pack it with the grid wall on the bottom, but realistically the grid wall should go on the bottom of the cart. So I'm like, I'll discuss that with Dallas next week though. So it's not something I need to worry about too much right now. Doom, 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 doom. But yeah, it is going to be a massive energy saving versus like normally we have to unload and haul across the parking lot. When I did have the 30-foot booth, I made sure that I had a load-in time in Vancouver, but because then I could just back right up to the booth with the truck. And then the past couple times we have just, last year I booked a load-in time, but Dallas actually got everything in by the time it like came up. Although the way they are acting, honestly, I feel like we probably could have snuck the truck in. Just like driven it right up to the booth, unloaded, and then like got out of there. But yeah, it didn't bother Dallas too much either. So, and then the last couple times we like at the end, because I'm one of the last people that usually is packed up, and that's fine. But then we backed the truck into the booth, and we've just like loaded it straight into the truck from the booth, which has also been amazing, because that is the time, like, you don't want to start the weekend without energy, and then it's like once you get down to it's all packed up, it's like I am done. Please, no more. I love doing events, but yeah, it's like, especially after Knit City last year, was like, holy crap, I am tired. Because I think I ended up with like a month-long, I don't think I did anything for the month of October, really, because I was just like, I am so done and dusted with work right now. And thankfully, that is something I was able to do. This year, it's looking like not, and that's fine too. That's actually better, really. But, yeah, it was an intense show last year. I don't know why. I'll take it. It was awesome. But does mean that the like recovery from it was far longer than intended. Because usually I take a couple days off. Usually I don't normally take like a month. It's maybe like 2 days to a week. After a big show too. It's like after small shows, like a 1-day show, it's like, okay, whatever. Back at it. So, speaking of which, I will not be online after Omatsuri, because that's just going to be, that will be too much. I will take that evening off. Then Sunday is going to be a Sunday is going to be a work day and an iPad day for the kids. Now, I won't be streaming during the day, but I'll stream at night. We'll go out to the park with them in the morning. And then, like, then we'll do an iPad day. Because I was like, well, I should take them to the zoo. But no, I will take them to the zoo on Tuesday before I go to pick up Dallas. Because then, yeah, that makes more sense. Okay. 3 more. 3 more. We're definitely not going to get these done today. And that is fine. Man, the twill ended up all over the place. I don't know what this extra piece is for. I wonder if it's probably for the penguins. We're going to say it's for the penguins because I did start with the exterior there, didn't I? Okay. I think it is, or it's either for the penguins or it's for the actual bichon here. I don't know, but we'll do it next. Yeah, and then I think Monday I said I don't have any run. No, I think it's just a rest day. So I will be online on Monday all day. And we will be moving into full-on panic mode for Knit City Calgary. We're not in full-on panic mode right now at all. I don't know why. It is now August, so I'm in the month. Because sometimes I find that I'm like, oh, it's like next year will be good. Because so they did announce the... sorry, Andrea. They did announce the dates for Knit City Vancouver. It's going to be at the end of September next year, 2025, which is awesome because it actually means that Dallas doesn't need to take time off either. My little selfish hearts of hearts. It is beneficial because A, that, and B, it means that I have like another full 6 weeks practically of sewing time compared to this year. So yeah, and it's also got the side benefit of it's like when it's earlier in the month, it's like, oh yeah, it's not till like, I'm fine because it's not till whatever the date is. Like if it's like mid-September, I was like, yeah, it's not till September, but it's like, that's only 2 weeks into September. So next year it's kind of nice because it's like I'll have like 3 weeks of September before it's like, okay. Yeah, so normally it's like, at least this year it's also like, at least Knit City's mid-August. So I'll have the time to like get into panic mode next week, I guess. I don't know. I guess it is next week. I keep saying next week like today's Sunday. The long weekend has messed with my head apparently. Even though I'm like working just like I normally would anyway, it's like, nope. It is Sunday. Probably because the kids are still home. That one is unhappy. All right. Go off. Just do your own thing and you will get sewn into the bag whether you like it or not anyway. So, okay. There we go. Boom. 2 more, right? 2 more. Woo. 2 more. 2 more. I'm ready for a beer. That's part of the break tonight is beer time. So yeah, so the schedule currently is I will be online full-time sans run time. So without the run time included. Tuesday through Thursday, and then Friday is setup day for Omatsuri, so I will not be here. I will film the setup process because that's always fun. So we'll have a video of that, and then I'll do a video of the setup for Knit City Calgary, and then it'll be like 2 fun videos to see the difference as well, and the difference of like space and all that. I just realized I don't even know which hall I'm going into in the convention center for Knit City. Oh, that might be important to know. Interesting. All right, well, that's something I'll deal with next week. Yeah, and I don't know if I'm going to see how much work I need to get done, because the other section of this is I don't know if I'll be on in the evenings or not, because I'm finding, well, it depends on what time the kids go to bed. If they go to bed around like 7:30, 8, then I'll be on for a few hours, but I can't do any like midnight nights this time. It's like, I pay too much for it the next day. I'm like dragged out and so tired that like extra couple hours past 10 are just not worth it right now. I'm like, no, my night owl capabilities have disappeared. I'm a very reluctant early-ish person right now. But if I want to take advantage of childcare, I need that. Man, it's too bad that like there wasn't childcare that was like running from runs like night owl hours. That would be amazing if there was. It could be called night owl daycare. You can't tell me I'm the only parent who's like, I just cannot do 6:30 in the morning. Like, why has this become like such a moral judgment thing of like, you got to be up early to like do amazing things? I don't get it. Although granted, I don't think my youngest would let me sleep in anyway, even if I wanted to. Although I wonder if like if that is something that you'd be able to switch. But they've always been lower sleep needs, and like lower sleep needs and that other thing. Early. They like to just go to bed earlier and wake up earlier. Our eldest definitely matches my schedule more. Although they've done a pretty good job of adjusting to the early morning. Better than I have, that's for goddamn sure. I'm so not a morning person. I'm really excited to see what ends up happening for us when we start homeschooling. And we don't like, we'll be on a schedule, but it'll be interesting to see what schedule we end up on. Because I would much prefer to be, well, I guess it'll also depend on what my body is capable of doing at that point too. Maybe I will have converted, but I don't feel like it. It's just kind of annoying because it's also like Dallas is like the morning person. So it's like, I don't want to miss out on time of hanging out with you. Even though I do tend to sometimes. Okay, last one. Little puppy dogs. Dogs. The rambling is pretty bad today, 'cause this is pretty boring. It's also like I can't do much else because I have to pay so much attention to not burning my fingers. So like, I'm gonna trim these ones down too, and then they're done as well. Okay, so what do we need to do after this? We need to go in and we need to mark all of the lines for the wedging. We're going to do them bag per bag. Yes, one bag at a time, just so that step is done for them. And then we'll trim down all the wedges that need to be trimmed down together, because that'll be the next piece that like chunks nicely. Yeah, I think that'll work. And then it'll be all those rectangles to hold the seam. And then it'll be the, no, Dallas is not a night owl. He is a morning person. We're not completely opposite schedules. Like if we fell into our natural rhythm, and we're not completely opposite schedules, but he's the person who's getting up for his run at 5 a.m. and he's happy to do it. Like not all the time, but the vast majority of the time. So if the kids are up before I'm like, oh my God, I need a little bit, and I'm like, I need more sleep because I've done a late night or something like that, he's the one dealing with them in the mornings. But then I am also the one dealing with them at night, typically, if he's really tired, so it balances out. I never feel too bad about it. Well, I wouldn't anyway, but like we complement each other on that thing. I know. Even if I wanted to right now, I couldn't do it, because as soon as like I roll out of that bed, pretty much, when I'm solo parenting, and if I roll out of that bed at like 5 a.m. or if I attempted to, they would both be awake. Like, where's mama? Because the eldest actually does that even when Dallas leaves. Sometimes it's like rolls over and it's like, where's daddy? It's like, well, he's at the gym. So, yeah, usually the 5 a.m. is like, wake up, go to the gym, and then go for a run thing. I'm like, I am far happier going for, like, when it's not boiling hot outside, I much prefer my evening runs. I think I've chatted with you about this before, but it's like, I like for the gym and stuff like that, even it's like, if I had my choice, I preferred going in with lifting weights at like 11 o'clock. It's a 24-hour gym, so it's like, whatever. Never felt like bad about it either, because it was like the people that were there were just like, were very much just there to work out. So you avoided a lot of the people who are like, this was 4 or 5 years ago, so who knows what now, but like the people who are just there to like just socialize, and then they take up like 6, 7, 8 different machines and like do a million reps and nothing at all at the same time. Yeah. But yeah, at that time it was like, or at least that's what I found, is at that 10:30, 11 o'clock time, up until midnight even, it was just people who are just like, all right, I just got off shift, I want to get my workout done, and then I'm going to home. Or I'm getting ready for my midnight shift, and I just need to work out before going into work. That's what it felt like a lot. Head down, get it done, get out. But yeah, that was my favorite time to like go to the... Oh, it's another motorbike. Anyway, that was my favorite time to like go and work out, and even to run, like go for my run at like 8 o'clock at night or something like that, when it was still light out and blah, 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 blah. Surprisingly not. It was like, well, the gym would be is quieter at 5 a.m. That's why Dallas likes going. The 10:30 time, there's still probably regularly like 5 or 6 people that were there. It's not a big gym, so this is like a remarkable amount for the gym. So, but yeah, they're still good. I miss that, because it's like, yeah, I can't do that because it's like the kids are in bed and I'm like tethered to the house. Should do it when Dallas is home. Oh, I thought I needed to top stitch this. We're good. Okay, good. I'm going to chuck it on top of the bin there, because that is where all of them are. I'm going to clip you back to the cable here and turn you around. So, big swing here, back over the sewing table. Zoom. Nice and smooth. Oh yeah, and then I will let you, we're going to manually zoom you back down too. And it is actually much quieter at the gym at 5 a.m. at our gym, because it's right beside a daycare. So I think a lot of the times when you go at like 8 or 9 in the morning, at least, it's just after a lot of people have dropped their kids off, and they're like, okay, I'm going to go get my workout in before my like, whatever they're doing for the day. All right, my iron is unplugged. Unplugging the iron. I don't have to worry about it. And I'm going to move my phone, and I'm going to move my drink so that they're not in the way. And then I got to shove the basket over. Flynn's like, can I sit in here? No, you cannot. Stay out of there. I've got a bunch of clips here we could actually use. Why are there so many clips back here? What the hell? Weird. That's a weird place for clips. Well then. And you get to sit right here in your very fancy face cam location. There's people chatting about, that haven't done a lot of markets, chatting about how they've got all this stuff in their basement, and they were super naive in February thinking that they could just store it all in the basement. And I'm just over here like, she was freaking out about it on Instagram, being like, oh my god, it's so messy in here. And I'm like, dude, it's like there is 2 seasons in my life every year. One is show season, the other one is post show season, cleanup season, and sometimes that one doesn't even happen. Oh, actually, we did just tidy up the garage because it was like, it had hit the point of pretty much critical mass, and it was time to like get it tidied up, or else Dallas was gonna have, well, both of us were probably gonna have an aneurysm because it was like starting to bother me too. So get off the laptop, not that way. Oh god, cat, come on, dude, you're very pretty, but come on. Get. Alright, he didn't stop the thing. Good. But he did do something that I didn't want him to do. We're not going on to Fox News. Get out of here. Thank you. Spotlight search, apparently. Okay. Disaster averted. Stuff needs to go over there. Wow. There's not a massive pile on my desk right now. Yay! There's still a whole bunch of crap on there that doesn't need to be on there. But I can see stuff that I worked on like 2 months ago. Okay, let's finish up this soda, and then we will go in and actually get these. Oh my god, okay. They're like, you're sitting down, that means you can love us. Because Dahlia is all like, hey, hi, hello, how are you? What are you guys looking for? That you're like hanging out around me being like, hey, 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 hey. She's like, now I'm out of here. Okay, see you later. All right, pile's going back on the desk. Water bottle can go back there though, so it's out of the way a bit better. And actually, we're not going to use those yet. We don't need those because that was just for trying to get that dye out of the press. They can go back where they're supposed to be. I don't need the easy press right now, so I'm going to actually unplug it so it's not like stretched so far across my workspace. Shimmy. Please, the die and the magnetic snap should no longer be here because we're not using them. Why I feel the urge to do this right now, I will never be able to tell you, but it is going to help anyway, so whatever. Okay. Doom. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, doom, doom. Ooh, that's what we could do instead of the like keyring like webbing. No, we're just going to use the clips. Never mind. Okay. The brainwave I had was like I could put a rectangular like we could do a rectangular ring on the top of the mini traveler sling instead of the separate one, and then that could be where I hang it from. But no, I've got a bunch of like I have a bunch of like hooks that'll work for display for them, because this is the next problem that I have is like how the hell do you display all this stuff sometimes. But how I saw someone display them in the group that actually is like the person who like designed these is a lot of people are using, or at least this one person that I'm taking this idea from used a just an over the door hook that you can get like the at the dollar store, and I'm just gonna grab some of those, and then you can like hang the mini traveler slings and the traveler slings on it. I think it's gonna look really good. So that is the current thought process, and then I've got jumbo hooks that will like clip on and then hang on the actual like Oh, but they might hang the wrong direction. No, they do not. Yes, they do. Damn it, they do. Okay, back to square one. Because I don't want to put the D-ring hooks. You don't want the D-rings. I don't understand their purpose, so I don't want to put them on because it's like, I guess that is like could be their purpose. Is just it is the display thing. Okay, so how am I going to display these guys? They could 100% just go on the grid wall hooks. Like that is perfectly acceptable. Should find out if I can borrow the rack from Caroline. That I used at the pancake pop-up because it worked really well. It's like just bars instead of a waterfall hook. Well, I'll figure it out. I don't know. Need to figure out a way where I could like hang them all off of the mannequin or something like that. That would be fun. But I do not have the mental creativity to do that right now. All right, what is the actual width here when I cut this? So that is the 6 line and that is the 2 line. Doom. There, and then I'm going to measure it and find out if I am right. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Nope, not quite. Almost though. Okay. Actually, yes, that is where I would draw the line probably because I would draw it on. And then it would be here. Okay. Almost then. Okay. Alrighty, that is doom. One more step closer. Construction length. Perfect. We can chain piece these. Chain piece these if you want to. Dun 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 dun. Because if they don't chain piece, no, I don't. They chain piece. They're no friends of mine. Let's see if I can actually get all 4 corners chain pieced. I think we can. I think it can be done. And then the question is, can we go to the next bag and chain piece it? 100% actually. It looks like we can. Oh, that one didn't do as well as the others. Still less thread. But nowhere near as exciting as being able to get them all around. Okay. Doom. Doom. Doom, doom. Okay, so the mouth is running that way. Mouth is running that way. Mouth is running this way. Doom. Doom. Match those corners, match those corners. Doom, 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 doom. Done. Match the corners, match the corners, match the corners. And then that one is the one that goes with the penguins. Okay, so we're not out of sequence or anything like that, right? That is the one that goes with the penguins. That's all that matters because the penguins is like infinitesimally bigger. Hi. Hello, you. How are you? Okay, now that was close enough that honestly I am just going to go in and do the marking like this. Ding, ding, ding. Okay. Because here's what matters. It doesn't matter if it matches between the bags, but it just needs to match in between, like within the bag that we are currently sewing. Zoom, zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Doom, 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 do, 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 do. Go. There we go, there we go. Hi, Dahlia. I know, honey. What's up? You gotta move. Mama's gonna move, or I'm gonna move the bag. Not your mama. Ugh. Skin mama, not a fur mama. My sister-in-law referred to our kids as like she had fur babies and we had skin babies. And I have not gotten that out of my head since. It's like, oh God. Ooh, sounds like kiddos are downstairs. I bet you Dallas is making dinner right now, which won't take that long because we're having tacos. He's like, "What do you want for dinner tonight?" I'm like, don't know. And then I was like, "I want tacos." He chatted about tacos earlier this week, and I'm like, yes, that would be delicious tonight. Okay. All right. Mouth running that way. Mouth running this way. So the funny thing is I'm referring to it as mouth, but she uses the kanji for mouth, which also means like entrance a lot of the time, or not entrance so much as like exit, I guess might be the better one. But it's the same kanji as like for mouth, gucci, because exit is gucci typically. So yeah, that's why I'm kind of referring to it as the mouth of the bag, because it is like, that is actually technically what it is, but it's also just because that's how it's referred to in the video as Gucci or Kuchi, with the kanji for mouth. Oh, Flynn is currently on duty. He's on the tower. Like, right. Oh yeah, you can see his fluffy butt. Alright, so we will see how many of these I can actually get like sewn together here before dinner time, basically. And then anything, obviously, that doesn't get done tonight, we'll just transfer over into tomorrow. And then tomorrow we will for sure, so the agenda is we will finish the traveler slings tomorrow and these as well. I anticipate that being the majority of the work tomorrow. And then, actually, I can take these upstairs and also mark the corners if I take the chalk pen. So that's probably one of the tasks I'll take upstairs as upstairs work tonight, if I don't get these done. And then, which I don't think we're going to, all things considered, since this is still a lot of marking work to do. I do think it was better to mark all those corners at once. Do you know what? Let's just go in and mark these all at once. And then it's like, it is satisfying to sew them, but I think it's probably going to be more efficient to mark everything. No, it's not. At least not mentally. We'll just tick along exactly how I've been doing it. Mouth is running this way. Mouth, mouth, mouth. Anyway, I probably won't finish them tonight, so I'll take them upstairs and I will mark them. We're going to do the twill tape for the small box bags tonight as well, and I will take the clips to to do the clipping, because cutting the twill won't take very long. It won't actually take very long. And that is not a situation of like, I say that it's not going to take very long and then it actually takes me 16 bajillion hours. No, it actually won't take that long to cut twill. What takes the time for the twill is clipping it into the bags. Anyway, so tomorrow we'll be finishing these, which will be any of the wedging and then the trim down of the wedging. There's a little rectangular box to actually sew, and then the whole top stitching around the top. So I think that's going to be a good set of things to do. And then any extra that we can get done, we'll get done. Basically, after that, we'll move on to the welt pockets for the mini travelers things. I guess I could always, that's something that can be upstairs work when the kids are back from school too, is actually transferring and cutting the welt pockets. At least on the interiors, right? So that would be good. Okay, I'm just gonna scoot this a little bit so that these corners line up a bit better, because it looks like it's a little bit loose on everything. There we go. Yeek. Almost knocked over my drink. That would be bad. Brains. They've left the building for the day, I think. So this is apparently just going to be a high concentration task right now. Ugh. Okay. Even though it really shouldn't be, especially since I've got like a line actually drawn for myself. Usually I'm just freehanding this, so la 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 la. Sounds like I might need to go upstairs now, actually, because it sounds like kiddos are at the end of their day. They've had a busy day today. There's been parks and people and all the things. And this is really all I'm doing, as I will be going through and actually adding the wedges to these. So I will take them upstairs and I will draw the lines upstairs. And I'll see you tomorrow. It's not like I'm going to be gone for a week or anything like that. So hope you guys all have a fantastic night. I'll chat with you very soon. Yeah, I don't have a run tomorrow, so it's basically drop Dallas off at the airport, call Pecana and see if we've got the cotton webbing incoming, and then I'll be home to do this madness again. So I hope you guys all have a fantastic evening, day, morning, whatever you end up having, and wherever and whenever you are, and I'll chat with you soon. Bye.